Good morning, everyone. My name is Eric Boehm, and I am the curator of aviation at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum in New York City. And I'll be your host for the day. This is our day 4 of Kids Week. And I am thrilled to welcome you to the annual Kids Week Festival. And this year we're virtual, of course. Thank you all for tuning in. We have a lot of exciting things happening today, like fun activities, demonstrations, even an astronaut, and much, much more. As you watch each program, if you have any questions or comments for any of our guests, we encourage you to ask them right in the chat or in the comments section. And our guests, if we have time, we'll try to answer some of those questions. Be a lot of fun. Before we introduce our first guest, for those of you who are not familiar with the Intrepid, the museum is home to amazing historic artifacts that you can view and experience. 27 of the world's military aircraft and a Concorde, the world's first successful supersonic transport for people. We have a Cold War era submarine. We have the NASA Space Shuttle Enterprise, and of course, the national landmark itself, the historic Intrepid, the aircraft carrier Intrepid. Beautiful place, the home of our museum. Lots of cool stuff for all ages. While the Intrepid is closed right now, we hope that when we do reopen after this pandemic, you will come and visit us. For now, we have a ton of engaging virtual programming every week. Go to our website, which is intrepidmuseum.org, to learn more. And now here's a little video about some of the great things we have and to do at the Intrepid. Take a look. Roll the video. So the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum is truly a bridge. And through the lens of history, we can actually connect the past to the future.
Is in use today. These ships still use.
These things are not relics. They're as inspirational as they were 7 decades ago, and they're very important and relevant to that next generation of engineers, scientists, and the problem solvers. Thrust and gravity and lift, all these concepts of flight are available to learn.
To fly is change the amount of lift generated on her wings.
It's such a sensory experience. You can still smell the oil. My name is Nick Lawrence. I'm an assistant principal at a school in the South Bronx. This is the 5th year our students will be coming to the Intrepid. If you're in this space where things were happening, it's easier to think about and really envision what people were going through.
What's your ages, guys?
16.
Wow. In 1967, in the war zone, this ship was run by your age group. Think about it. That's why you would come in as a kid and you left as a man, because you had to.
You're able to visualize how the events would affect you.
Seeing the planes and things that were around during the time that you're learning about in a textbook, like, it's crazy to me.
I found it magical. During Kids Week, we met a veteran who actually served on the Intrepid, and he was telling us stories like how they used to eat out of their helmets.
I think lessons are learned from history. I think it's great that, children come and see the ship as it is now and all the exhibits here.
For me, Intrepid is a compelling place to think about history. This little piece of metal is a piece of shrapnel. It lodged in the hip of a sailor named Edward Winfrey, who was on the flight deck at the time Intrepid was struck by a kamikaze aircraft. Supporting the Intrepid Museum allows us to preserve and present history, not just to our audiences who come here today, but also for future generations. Audiences down the road can ask their own questions about Intrepid's history.
The mission that it's on now will never end. If people keep giving and supporting this ship, it'll go on forever. It's alive and living in Manhattan. In Manhattan, when I'm on the flight deck in the evening and the lights come on the city, are you kidding me? It's an incredible experience.
Wow, Intrepid really is a very special place. Now you're in for a special treat. Our very first program, which will start at 10:15. Up first is the U.S. Space Force presenting SpaceTime with Space Guardians. It's a STEM education program that teaches kids about how space is part of their daily lives. From space launches, satellites, space debris. What's space debris? the history of the U.S. in space, and the U.S. Space Force mission, and more. It's going to be a wonderful program. We'll be back at 10:15 sharp, so we'll see you then. Hey, 10:15 and right on time with the precision of timing of the U.S. Space Force. We're back. And let me introduce to you Lieutenant Colonel Rainey from his home in Colorado from the U.S. Space Force. Colonel Rainey, hey, I have a miniature Space Force here in my basement, Colonel. I'm sure it's nothing like the Space Force that you are in charge of. So please take for the show and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
You're live, Colonel. Go ahead and start your program.
All right. Thank you very much. As you already mentioned, good morning out there in New York at the Intrepid Museum. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Roland Rainey. I'm currently the commander of the National Reconnaissance Office Operations Squadron here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and also a proud member now of the newest branch of the military, the United States Space Force. Now, for a lot of you out there, probably like me as a kid, you're probably wondering, like, what was up in space and what was it like, or, how did they get these capabilities into space, and who are the professionals that actually operate these capabilities around the globe, and how did all of this evolve over time? Well, I can tell you over the course of my career, I've had the honor of serving next to some of the finest professionals and the most smartest and talented operators and engineers in the military. Now, for me, I've served as an operations director for the Global Positioning System Satellite Constellation, which many of you out there know as GPS. And I also had the distinct honor of being a commander and director of space situational awareness, where I led a group of individuals really track space debris and other objects on orbit. Now, today, space plays an absolute critical role in what we do and how you live your lives day to day, not just for us here in the United States, but across the globe. And it's actually critical to our national security and that of our allies. So satellites that are currently on orbit provide capabilities to allow certain technologies like your iPad, your smartwatch, your smartphone, ATM machines, and even today, as technology is evolving, it also plays a critical role in agriculture. So without space capabilities and the technology that we have on orbit, a lot of these technologies would not be able to work as effectively in today's society. So as you can tell, just from the small things I've already mentioned, space is critical, absolutely critical to our day-to-day operations. Now, one of the things you're getting ready to see here in a minute is a short video on all these critical capabilities, how important space is, how do we actually get satellite capabilities into orbit, how does a satellite stay in orbit, how do we avoid other satellites and space debris in orbit, but more importantly, especially when it comes to STEM, as many of you already know, STEM, S-T-E-M, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Well, who are the talented folks over the years who have actually taken the time to, evolve our space domain through their knowledge and their experience and their education? So what we're getting ready to do right now is show you a small video called SpaceTime with Rocket. And that video hopefully will educate all of you on how important space is. Go ahead and take it away.
Hello, students. I am Rocket, and I'm a member of the United States Space Force. Just like the Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, and the Air Force, the Space Force is a distinct and separate member of our United States military. And this year, on December 20th, we will be celebrating our first birthday.
Happy birthday, Space Force!
So many things are happening in space, and the activity in space is only going to increase. So we hope many of you out there will start looking at a career in the space field. But why is space so important to you? Let's ask my friend Booster.
Okay, I'm glad you asked that, Rocket. Now, kids, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you think about space? Do you think about the moon? You think about planets, stars, satellites? You know what? I know what it is. You think about aliens. Hey, those things are all pretty cool, but space is actually much closer than that. It touches our everyday lives. For example, many of you have a smartphone or even use a tablet. Nice tablet. Hey, these devices all use and communicate using space. The internet connects all of them, which uses space. So you are actually using space every single day, and you probably don't even realize it. Could you imagine what life would look like without the technology that we use every day, like our phones, our Xboxes, our tablets? Can you imagine life without video games? There are so many other ways in which space touches our lives, whether you're surfing the web, calling your friends, or getting your parents to buy stuff online for you. You need space for all of that. Space touches your lives every single day, and it's an important part of our lives. Back to you, Rocket.
Wow, space is a big deal in our lives. But have you ever thought about working in or with people in the space industry? Good. I'm glad that some of you are interested. It takes a lot of smart people to make space technology work. And it's not just astronauts. It takes scientists, engineers, mathematicians, and physicists to get people and technology into space. Let's take a few minutes to talk about what it takes for you to get involved in space. Most of you know that STEM, STEM, stands for science, technology, engineering, and math. And if you want to work with the Space Force, NASA, or even a space company, you are going to have to study really hard, and we want you to study really hard in science and in math. There are so many challenging opportunities for students who are working very well in their STEM education. Without people who have a passion for science, technology, engineering, and math, then technologies such as smartphones and tablets and satellites would never existed. So how did we get to where we are in space? I don't know. Let's ask my friend Astro.
And boy, do I have some things to tell you, Rocket. Let me tell you how we got into space. First, we figured out how to launch into space. Then in the 1950s, we put our first satellite into space to orbit the Earth. Next, we sent people into space to orbit the Earth. Then in 1969, we sent astronauts into space to walk on the moon. Ever since then, the US has put lots of cool technology into space, constantly coming up with new ways to use space to improve life. We've even been an important part of the international team that built the International Space Station that's constantly had people on it doing experiments for over 20 years. Do you think it took a lot of science, technology, engineering, and math to put people into space? Sure did. There were a lot of smart scientists, engineers, and mathematicians that made it all possible. For example, without the awesome math skills of Katherine Johnson, our space program wouldn't even look anything like it does today. Not only did her math calculations make it possible for people to orbit the Earth, it was her mathematical precision that finally made it possible for the first person to land on the moon. Now that's some pretty stellar math problem solving. So what do you think about that, Rocket?
Wow, that was awesome, Astro. Just imagine what new technologies and space programs that are going to be needed in the future. Your new scientific discovery or new math equation could be key to creating a new technology or a spacecraft that can take us further into the future. But how do we even get to space? By launching rockets? Well, not me rocket, actual space rockets. Whoa, do you feel that?
Whoa, I felt that rocket. You know, something you may find interesting is that a lot of the rockets we launch into space don't actually carry humans. In fact, most of them are carrying important new technology in the form of satellites. The rocket gets the satellites into space and we put them into orbit. A satellite is an object put into space to orbit the Earth. They are usually used to either help with communications or to help collect information. There are lots of different kinds of satellites. I bet you've interacted with the Global Positioning System satellites before. Have you ever watched someone in your family or a friend use a map app on their smartphone to provide directions in order to drive somewhere? Have you ever thought about how the smartphone knows where you are, how far your destination is, knows where you need to turn, and then knows when you've arrived? I know it's a smartphone, but what makes it so smart? It's the fact that your smartphone is able to connect with GPS, the Global Positioning System satellites. And it's the information provided through those satellites that empower us to navigate wherever we're going. Isn't that crazy, Rocket? You're sitting in your car and a satellite up in space is telling you where to turn.
That is crazy. Did you know those GPS satellites that you were talking about orbit the Earth every 12 hours, and they are managed by our Space Force operators in Colorado? GPS is one of many satellites that Space Force manages. Space Force also manages space debris. Now, what is space debris?
I'm glad you asked, Rocket. Since people have been putting stuff into space since 1950s, there's a lot of stuff up there. Satellites orbit the Earth kind of like this. Ooh, lots of dodging, and some of those objects are moving at 7,000 miles per hour, and even the smallest bit of space debris can cause a lot of damage. The US Space Force keeps track of thousands of pieces of debris. We share that information with the world to help prevent collisions in space and keep space accessible for everyone. This is one of the many reasons why Space Force as the newest branch in the military is so exciting. We have so many responsibilities related to space. But in the end, while other branches of the military protect access to air, land, and sea, we protect our access to space. And that is why the Space Force was created. Over to you, Rocket.
That's so true, Delta. And whether you join the Space Force, NASA, or work with a space company, the way to get involved with space is through STEM. So study hard, have fun, and remember the Space Force's birthday on 20 December. I'll see you in space.
Well, hopefully you all enjoyed that video about space and learned a couple of things about how space has evolved over time, some of the key pioneers who helped space evolve. How do we actually get satellites into space, via the mechanism of rockets? But more importantly, understanding when satellites are in orbit, how do we actually track pieces of debris and send that information out across the world so other nations can protect their assets to make sure that we're not colliding into each other in space. Now, there's a key element to all of this, and that's STEM, especially for all of you out there who are currently going through school and receiving a great education out there. Science is a critical part of understanding the mechanics beyond what we're doing in space. Of course, the technologies that are evolving. Some of you may actually go on to build some type of capability or be a part of an organization that's building a capability that is going to provide something special and unique in the space domain. And then also, you got to look at the technology piece and the mathematics. Those are all critical elements in things that I want all of you out there to work on and think about as you're going through your education. STEM is the way to be a part of the Space Force, NASA, or even some type of industry partner that we have out there to help evolve capabilities throughout the next couple of years. Space is evolving at a very rapid pace, and it is great that the newest branch of the military, the Space Force, is at the front leading edge of all of that evolution. So what I would like to do at this time is open it up for any questions that any of you have out there about space operations or what it means to be in the Space Force or anything about STEM.
Colonel Rainey, that was great. And I'll tell you what, I was in the Air Force many, many years ago, but I think if I was a young person now, I would really seriously consider Space Force. Mainly, you guys get some cool nicknames: Rocket, Nebula, Astro, Delta. Does everybody get a cool nickname?
Well, we got some new cool nicknames because now, moving from the Air Force into the Space Force, we are now known as Guardians. So a lot of you listening out there, guess what? When you grow up and want to join the Space Force, you will be a Guardian. So looking forward to seeing a lot of you.
Okay, hey, we got some questions from some of the kids that are watching. Here's the first one. Is there currently a way to grab all that space debris and bring it back to Earth?
Wow, great question. Currently, right now, there's not a singular mechanism to go out there around all the different orbits and grab space debris. However, our professionals in the Space Force are doing a phenomenal job of actually tracking these pieces of space debris, putting them in a catalog and sending that information out to nations across the globe. And that's a way of us deconflicting where we are in orbit to make sure that we are protecting our assets, that they are protecting their assets, and that we're not colliding into each other out in space.
That's great stuff. Here's another question. Grayson from Facebook asks, when did you start learning about space?
Wow. I tell you, thanks for that question, Grayson. I've always been fascinated with space, even as a young kid. But when I joined the military and I became an officer, I was told that I was going to be a space operator. So at that time, that's when I started learning about space. My very first job in space, I was a mission commander for the GPS system. And so that's when I really started to learn about space. We have some of the most smartest and talented operators and trainers out in California at Vandenberg Air Force Base that helped groom everyone to become space operators. So that's when I started learning to space, but a major kudos to those professionals in our training divisions that help educate us on what's going on in space.
Wow. You know, every time I get in my car and hook up the GPS to go somewhere, every time it gets me there on time and safely, I'm going to say, thank you, Space Force. And my wife's going to go, what? But the U.S. Space Force was, you know, helping me get to my place of destination. How do satellites avoid space debris?
Ah, that's a great question also. So there's a variation of mechanisms that we utilize to avoid space debris. So as I mentioned earlier, we have a space catalog that tracks the space debris to make sure that we avoid where they are in space. But there are times where maybe we have to move a satellite using different operations from maybe one position in orbit to another to avoid those pieces of space debris out there. So a lot of coordination takes place. A lot of true science and mathematics go into it to actually use apparatuses and use different calculations to move a satellite out of the way of a piece of space debris. So we have definitely a lot of capabilities, but that continues to evolve as we continue to look at new technologies to provide us ideas of where pieces of space debris are at in orbit.
Yeah, I imagine it's very important for satellites because satellites, if it gets hit and destroyed, you're losing a very valuable and expensive piece of hardware. But when people fly in space, it's even more important. Do you enjoy your job as a space operator? This is from Laverne Lawrence.
Great question, Laverne. And I tell you, there is not one day in my career as a space operator that I have not enjoyed. It is an absolute pleasure. More importantly, to have a job where day in and day out, you have a global impact. We talked about GPS, but in the midst of talking about GPS, the fact that I know I'm helping people get from point A to point B, and through uploading a navigation package onto a satellite or updating certain software on a satellite. Also, for me as a military member, it is beyond critical to our national security and to our war fighters that are out there fighting for democracy on our behalf. And that is so critical. And the fact that I can do a job, and in that job, I can actually provide a capability so that warfighter can come home safely to their families. So once again, there's not one day that I've not enjoyed. It is one of the greatest honors I've had in my life.
So it's more than just a cool nickname.
More than just a cool nickname.
Did you have to change how you work in the Space Force with the pandemic? It's a good question because we're all working from home and we're all attending this program at our home. So how did you have to change for the pandemic?
Well, once again, a great question. I tell you, one of the things that we had to do is make sure, first and foremost, that the safety of all of our operators and engineers and the folks that contribute their talents to space is priority number one for us. That is one of the things that we wanted to make sure that people can stay healthy while simultaneously fulfilling the role of being what we call mission essential. So as we evolved some of our operational schedules and the way we actually went into work, we still perform day-to-day operations because we are considered mission essential to all the facets of operations in the space domain. So while we changed the schedule up a little bit, we were still on the operation floor providing those space capabilities. Great question.
Yeah, get your vaccine. We need you at work.
Yes.
How would you be able to see a satellite from here? You're down here on the Earth. How do you see the satellite or even some of the debris that might cause you trouble?
Oh, okay. Well, we have a lot of capabilities. Anything from antennas on the ground that actually allows us to send commands up to a satellite. And then, of course, that satellite, through different capabilities, are able to send links back down to us so we can track and command those capabilities. So we actually see satellites not by just standing outside and looking up in the sky, but through digital data that we utilize, i.e. telemetry, that gives us information on where the satellite is in its orbit. And some of the information that also comes down gives us an idea of how that satellite is actually performing in orbit. So just as an example, I have a small little model here of a satellite. So for example, this little piece right here will be considered a solar panel. And that we have capabilities to be able to understand this piece of equipment. And if there's an issue with this piece of equipment, if it's not operating correctly, then that information comes down back to us via those antennas, so we can actually assess the state of health of that particular capability.
That's great stuff. When this stuff comes down, do you track it if it does actually come back into the atmosphere before, if it's going to hit the Earth somewhere, just in case it doesn't fall someplace safe? Are you tracking that as well?
Yes, we actually are. As I mentioned earlier, we were talking about how we track space debris, but we also track if a particular piece of piece of debris or actual satellite itself begins to deorbit and come back down to Earth. So we want to know that information, because definitely we don't want a satellite landing on top of your home. So we want to make sure that that we do our very best, that if that satellite is coming back, that we know exactly where it's going to land so we can retrieve it.
Hey, Sam wants to know, how did the debris get into outer space in the first place?
Oh, Sam, I tell you, one of the unique things about the space domain that we've learned throughout the years is that it provides such a vastness of capabilities for us. And because of that, just not here for the United States, but across the globe, a lot of nations want to utilize space so they can take advantage of those capabilities also. So over the years, as it was mentioned in the video, a lot of nations have put up satellites to provide those communication capabilities. So as the years have gone by, more and more satellites have gone into orbit. Now, while some of those satellites have been in orbit, or rocket bodies that help get the satellite into orbit, those pieces of debris remain in orbit. So it's our responsibility to make sure that we track those objects to protect assets, but also to make sure that we allow that freedom of access into space also. So great question.
Yeah, we have some really smart kids who come to our Kids Week programming, so you're going to get great questions. Here's one. Does space debris get in the way of launching rockets or satellites? Really great question.
Yes, actually it does. So what we do is we look at the various orbits that we're launching satellites into, and we make sure that we select through, once again, STEM, science and mathematics, the precise location of where we want to put a satellite in orbit to make sure that we are actually avoiding debris and other satellites on orbit.
Okay, Mary says, I am 7 years old. How can I become an astronaut?
Murray, the best way to become an astronaut is for you to knuckle down and focus on your education. If you want to be on the path of becoming an astronaut, focus in courses in science. Make sure that you're doing very well in your mathematics. And if you're not, make sure you ask one of our fine teachers in our education system to provide you that assistance. But that is the way. We talk about STEM, but that science and mathematics and engineering aspects are key elements for you to become a professional in NASA, to become an astronaut, or a professional in the Space Force, or maybe an industry partner where you can actually work on capabilities.
Okay, Anna Tito asks, how do people know when a satellite is unable to communicate because it is broken?
Wow, great question, Hannah.
Very deep.
So one of the things that we do as an operator is we track those satellites and we receive signals down from the satellite. Now, when that signal is lost, then we know there is potentially a communication issue. So we accomplish things called a state of health on that satellite. So we perform certain commanding to allow us to assess what is exactly wrong with the satellite. So if there's a specific item that's not operating, through our commanding, we will be able to identify that. And if it's a communication issue, hopefully we'll be able to update software and get that particular comm link, what we like to call it, back operational again.
We have another question coming up. How do countries know how to avoid another country's satellites? That's great.
So one of the things we do is we actually share the updated space catalog with all those other countries. And that's how information is shared. So that is a critical part of us being allowed to have freedom of movement in space is by sharing information with other countries on where different capabilities and satellites are in orbit.
Next question. How do satellites avoid space debris? Yeah, there you go. How do they do that? If you've got a piece of space debris in the way, how do you avoid it?
So one of the things that we do is we produce a variation of different documents, but we also focus on collision avoidance. And what that does, it's a procedure that allows us to identify a piece of space debris on orbit. And if there's a satellite that will come in the same orbit, now it's time for us to assess how close are we going to be to that piece of debris. If it's going to be very close, then we, hopefully with enough time, are able to make different maneuvers by moving the satellite maybe at a different position in its orbit through a delta V, or maneuvering it around that piece of space debris while it's flying in orbit. So we first start out with collision avoidance, and then once we identify the proximity between the satellite and the space debris, we take the necessary actions to move that satellite around.
Next question. This one must be from little Tommy. What is the youngest age you can become an astronaut?
Wow. Tommy, I don't know the answer to that, but I would have to venture to bet probably somewhere in the young 20s. We have a lot of smart, talented folks who go into NASA right out of college, who have focused in the STEM program. But I don't know the exact age of the youngest astronaut. But if you go to college, work on STEM, maybe you might actually become one of the youngest astronauts out there.
This one from Lita. I love math. What kind of math would I have to learn to be a space operator?
Ooh, okay. Well, let's start off where you're at currently in your education. So algebra is where we want to start, right? So we want to start with algebra right there. Now, as you continue to progress in your education, taking courses in calculus will definitely help move you in a direction where you can become an extremely effective and talented space operator. So let's start with algebra, and then let's work our way up to calculus.
Good advice. This question is, I think this one's from Liam. How do satellites stay in orbit, and can they move around in space? If so, how?
Well, they can. And the way they do that is actually when you think about the Earth and its gravitational pull and how it's rotating, we utilize a lot of those what we call orbitology, to make sure that we put a satellite in orbit, that it goes around the Earth at a certain velocity so it can maintain its position in orbit. Now, let's say we have to move a satellite from one particular position in orbit to another. Then we do things that we call, whether it's a Hohmann transfer or a delta V, to actually move that asset from one orbit to another. So we use different components on a satellite, like a propulsion system, to maintain its position in orbit. We use different type of mechanical mechanisms, like reactionary wheels on a satellite, to also maintain its position in orbit.
Wow. Wow, what's going on there? Hey, this is our last question. Does the U.S. Space Force have a relationship with NASA? If so, what is it?
You bet we do. NASA is a huge partner of ours, and one of the key elements in our relationship is human spaceflight. What we do is, when NASA is sending astronauts up into space, especially to the International Space Station, we are right there to help provide critical data about the travels heading up to space, to the International Space Station. to make sure that we protect the lives of those astronauts. So, for example, and this was a recurring question, if there's debris in the way in their travel heading to the International Space Station, well, we definitely want to let NASA know that. If there's some type of space weather like a solar flare or anything that could hinder operations by NASA, we want to provide that information to them also. So the relationship between the Space Force and NASA could not be one any better than what it is. It will continue to grow as we've seen recently. The ability for us to actually get back to the International Space Station with space launches of astronauts continue to increase. So over the next couple of years, we can see that relationship building and increasing.
Wow, that's great stuff, Colonel Rainey. I can't thank you enough for coming onto our program and talking to the kids out there at Kids Week Intrepid. And I promise, when I shoot off my model rockets that you see behind me here, I will not shoot them into space, and you will not have to worry about my model rockets causing any more trouble in your space debris problems. Okay, so I promise that.
Well, hopefully your rockets are something like these big rockets right here. So, well, it's been an absolute pleasure and an honor to talk about the Space Force, what we're doing, but more importantly, the evolution of the space domain and how critical it is to our day-to-day lives, more than most people can possibly fathom. So hopefully all of you out there, especially the young ones, can definitely think about having and pursuing a career in space. And if you do, just know that STEM is the way.
Thank you so much for the great presentation, Colonel Rainey. I salute you.
Thank you.
We're going to let you go. Thank you, sir. Hey, that was great. I could listen to him all day. He had so many great answers to our questions. Did you know that you could join Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum's educators online as they lead live, free, 45-minute programming, virtual programming for ages K through 12 and all sorts of school groups. Program selection rotates weekly. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register. Up next at the 11 o'clock hour, and we will be prompt because Space Force lets us be prompt. Up next, we have a great program from our own Intrepid education team on lunar landers. That might be difficult. What might be difficult about landing on the moon? That's got to be hard to fly that far and then land on the moon. It's been done. We'll learn all about it at the 11 o'clock hour, and I'll see you. Hey, welcome back. Right on time at 11 o'clock. And next up is one of our very own intrepid educators, Franz Lucien. Franz, come on up. You're going to talk about one of my favorite things. You got one of these in your basement, buddy?
Do I have one of those? No. I wish I did. I have one in my office.
Okay. Hey, take it away, buddy. We'll see you on the other side.
Thanks. So hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Franz. I'm a museum educator at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. And the program that you're going to see right now is what we call Lunar Landers. This is one of the programs that we do for our virtual Intrepid adventures that we do every Tuesdays and Thursdays. So if you're interested in joining a program like this, after you see it, you can find out more information at intrepidmuseum.org. All right. So as you guys know, we're not on the ship, but we can kind of talk a little bit about some of the stuff on the ship using very, very good pictures, right? So what we're going to do is take a look at this, right? So for those who are not familiar with the Intrepid is a large, gigantic aircraft carrier, right? That is in the Hudson River, right? But the Intrepid was made back in 1943. It was made specifically for World War II, served in 3 wars, World War II, Vietnam, and the Cold War. All right, it was retired back in 1974. In 1982, we became the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. And we're right there, right off the West Side Highway, right? On the west side of Manhattan. But that name is interesting. Our name is Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space. So the sea part kind of makes sense, right? It's in the water, right? It's a large ship. The Intrepid is was a seafaring vessel. It would have been in the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans during those wars, right? So it would have been in the water. And if you are at the Intrepid, you can see this gigantic propeller, one of 4 that the Intrepid used to have, right? They used to push it through the ocean, just kind of like this, right? As you can see there, the Intrepid going through the water. So that's why we're a sea museum. The air part makes a lot of sense too. The Intrepid's an air museum because it has airplanes, right? More specifically, the Intrepid is an aircraft carrier, right? It used to have the ability to launch and land aircraft like an airport that's in the water, right? So the Intrepid, like aircraft carriers today, shot airplanes like propeller-powered planes like the Avenger that we just saw, or jet-powered planes like the Fury here that you can see right next to the Avenger. And it even launched helicopters like the Retriever, right? But the space part is the part that doesn't really kind of connect, right? And the space part actually has to do with this, right? You all can let me know what you think this is in the comments, all right? By the way, if you have any questions at any time throughout the program, feel free to let me know in the comments. But this thing right here is known as the Mercury Aurora 7. Right? And this is a part of history, right? This thing that I hope you guys guessed in the comments, this is called a capsule. And capsules are really important for space travel, right? This is what keeps astronauts safe as they go up into outer space. So this capsule, this is a replica of the capsule at the Intrepid, but this capsule had 1 astronaut in it. There he is there. That's Mr. Scott Carpenter. Right? Mr. Carpenter would have been inside of that capsule, going on top of a rocket, doing his mission, going in outer space, going to 3 orbits. And then this is how he's going to come back home, right? He's going to come back home by splashing down in the water, right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, today, throughout the entire program, this is going to be kind of a trend, right? We're going to be talking constantly about the way things can land, right? Because landing is almost as important as going, right? We have to make sure that our astronauts can come back home safely before we send them all the way up into outer space, or anything up into outer space, right? So today we're going to be talking about landing here on the Earth, different ways that we had to think about landing here on the Earth, landing on the moon, right? When we eventually went on the moon to land, and also landing on other places like other planets, right? Now, going back to this, we can see, this capsule is actually in the water, right? And right above the capsule, you can see these red and white things, right? These happen to be parachutes, and parachutes are important for capsules to come back. See, capsules come back by slowing themselves down as they're in orbit, coming back into Earth's atmosphere, and then letting gravity do the work. Now, when you let gravity do the work, you're going to have to slow yourself down. So these parachutes are going to come out to slow the capsule down. And then also, capsules like these are going to generally land in the water, specifically because water is softer than the ground, right? So when you land in water, it doesn't make a loud thump like landing on the ground. So you're going to land in the water for that particular reason. So that's what happened to Mr. Carpenter. Now, when Mr. Carpenter landed in the water, he's going to need to get picked up, right? Now, what NASA did was they sent out large ships with helicopters on them to retrieve these astronauts. In this image, by the way, right underneath this helicopter, you can see the capsule and Mr. Carpenter being hoisted up by the helicopter. And then this helicopter needs to land on Intrepid, so it lands right on Intrepid's flight deck like that, right? And there he is there with an Intrepid official walking, looking really happy that he's back on the ground, right? Kind of. Now, the Intrepid also picked up these two astronauts, these two guys, John Young on the left and Mr. Gus Grissom on the right. They too went up into space, did a mission where they went around for 3 orbits and then landed in the ocean. And they were picked up by the Intrepid, right? So you can see the Intrepid right here alongside of the ship in this image. And you can see there the capsule is there with divers to help them get out. Now, when this capsule needs to get picked up, it's going to be picked up using kind of a crane on the side of the ship. And it also has a flotation collar around it used to help it float while it's waiting to be picked up. Now, this is the reason why that flotation collar is really important, right? This flotation collar is important for the main reason that you can think, right? When you have a floaty in the water, you're using it so that way you don't sink. Well, Mr. Gus Grissom, on his first mission, he was on a Mercury capsule before the Gemini capsule that he went on with Mr. John Young here. The Mercury capsules only had 1. Gemini capsules had 2. But in his Mercury capsule, he landed in the water and his door opened too early. Water started flooding into his cabin and his capsule started to sink. Now, luckily, he got saved and picked up out of the water before anything bad happened to him. His capsule, though, sank deeper than the depths than the Titanic sank, right? So it sank really, really, really far, right? And took over 20 years for them to find it, which is really, really, really far, right? So NASA didn't want this to happen again. So from then on, they added these flotation collars around the capsules. So that way these capsules can float while they're waiting to be picked up without any problems, right? So they had to think about that when the astronauts came back too. Now, before we move on, I just wanted to see, are there any questions? Do you all have any questions about these capsules and how they land up? So what is the Mercury capsule made of? So most of the Mercury capsule is made of aluminum. Aluminum happens to be very, very light, but durable and strong. That's how actually why planes tend to be made out of aluminum. So most of it's made out of aluminum, but it has some other special coated things on it that has like kind of like this special coating of glass, because glass is really good to resist heat. And also it has what's called an ablative heat shield, which is a heat shield on the bottom of the capsule. But when it comes back into Earth's atmosphere, it's going to use that heat shield to take most of that heat. And then basically it's going to disintegrate as the capsule is coming back down to Earth. So made up of a lot of different things. Another question? Is there another? Oh, how big is the Mercury capsule? So the Mercury capsule is about 7 feet high, about 6 feet wide. It's about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. So it's pretty big. It's kind of compact. It's kind of like the size of a small car. How does NASA know where the astronaut will land when they come back from space? That's a great question. So when the capsules are going around and they're orbiting around and around and around the Earth, right? They're going at a speed, usually faster than 17,500 miles per hour, over 25,000 kilometers per hour, right? And it's going really, really, really fast, right? And basically, it needs to slow itself down. Scientists, really, really smart scientists that know math better than I know math, they can actually tell how fast it's going And because of how fast it's going and the angle it's coming in, you can actually pinpoint right where it's going to land, or where it's going, a general area where it's going to land. There was an astronaut named Gordon Cooper, who was really, really smart. He actually ended up maneuvering his capsule and landing almost a foot away from where he was supposed to land, without any of his instruments, because they all pretty much failed during his flight. So pretty much using really good math, you can figure out where you need to land, right? Now, moving forward, we're going to skip over what happened after the Gemini missions. We're going to come back to those. But skipping forward, though, we have this. Now, this in the blue, pale blue, you guys can let me know if you know what this is, in the pale blue background there and the beautiful, gorgeous gold color there, right? We have this thing that looks like a plane. Right? And this was the technology that came after the capsules, right? This technology came because NASA wanted to do large things in outer space, like put large things in outer space to help us understand space better, right? This silhouetted image that we see here is the space shuttle, right? Now, this is the Enterprise, and the Enterprise got up into the air a little bit differently than most space shuttles did, right? It got up in the sky using a 747 jet. And the reason why is because, like I said before, as important as it is to know how to send astronauts up into outer space, it's equally important to know how to get them back home safely, right? If not more important, right? So this was the test to see how this thing could land, right? Now, the thing about the space shuttles that was different than the capsules is that the space shuttle was reusable, right? So we need to get this to land safely on a runway. So it's going to use these wings to slowly glide itself down, kind of slowly glide itself down to a runway where it's going to land just like an airplane does, right? So that's what made space shuttles so interesting to land on Earth. They weren't going to be landing in the water. They were going to be landing smack dab on the ground, but using a runway just like an airplane, right? As you can see here. We have these very first space shuttle, the Enterprise, at the Intrepid. We can learn a little bit more about the space shuttle at today's 3 o'clock program, Journey to Space, right? Now, this capsule here is the Soyuz capsule, and the Soyuz capsule is very, very interesting because it has 3 components to it here in this image. Here we have the what's known as the orbital module. This is what's actually going to connect to wherever you're going to in outer space, like the International Space Station, or wherever you're connecting to. This is going to be your re-entry model. This is what you're going to come back home in. This is the important part. This is like your capsule part, and this is your service module. And the service modules were all those interesting components for your heating, cooling, and electrical things are going to be, right? So all 3 of these bring the Soyuz capsule up into outer space, right? The Soyuz capsule was a capsule and a system that was used actually back in the 1950s, I believe. And the Soyuz capsule is actually what's being used now to send up astronauts into outer space, right? Up until just recently with SpaceX and Boeing, right? For the longest time, though, this was the capsule that astronauts would take to outer space. Now, this is the inside of the capsule. Very, very cramped, as you can see here. These 3 astronauts are kind of squished inside, but 3 astronauts could fit inside of this. And what's interesting is how this thing comes back, right? And how it lands. Now, I told you before, the capsules during the space race era, the ones that we had Scott Carpenter and Gus Grissom and John Young, and those capsules going to land in the ocean, right? Another reason why they're going to land in the ocean is specifically for where they're going to take off from, right? These capsules are going to be taking off from Florida, generally speaking, right? And so when they take off from Florida, Florida has a lot of water around it. So coming back to land in Florida is a pretty safe bet, right? And landing in the Pacific Ocean also is a pretty safe bet. But this one's going to be taking off and landing in Kazakhstan, which is a large desert, right? That doesn't really have access to water around it. So instead of trekking all the way off to the coast to the water, they're going to have these capsules land on the land. Now, in landing on the land, we're going to have to really, really think about how we're going to do this, right? Because the ground is hard. As you can see here, it's a desert, right? We're going to be coming back into Earth's atmosphere pretty fast. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to have to slow ourselves down a lot, right? A ton. So we're going to put out a large parachute. As you can see here, this parachute is only one, but it's gigantic, right? Compared to the other parachutes we saw with those smaller capsules, right? This one, though, is going to smack into the ground. But right before it smacks into the ground, you can see right here on the right over here, all of this kind of fire that's coming out. It's actually doing that on purpose. It's actually going to have explosives on the bottom that explode outward, pushing the capsule back up and allowing it to gather a little bit more air before it comes hitting back down to the ground. So it's going to do all of this in order to have these astronauts land. Right now, one thing I want to point out, though, is that these astronauts are actually pretty safe. They're sitting in special seats that actually are form-fitted to their body, so that way they don't break anything when they land for that bumpy ride. Although it is still pretty bumpy as compared to landing in the nice soft ocean, right? I guess soft ocean. All right. Now, also, just really quickly, I just want to show you, we have a Soyuz capsule at the Intrepid here. This is our actual Soyuz capsule. The other capsules that we saw, those are the replicas of those particular ones, but this one has actually been in outer space, which is pretty cool, right? So, are there any questions about the Enterprise or the Soyuz capsule? Why did they only send up 2 astronauts during the Gemini missions? Great question. So they only sent up 2 astronauts because we were taking different steps that we'll learn about in our 3 o'clock program, different steps to figure out going into space. How do we do it? How can we, almost like dipping your toe into the water and then your feet and then your whole entire leg, right? It's like taking your time to go up. So we sent up 1, then we sent up 2 just to see what would happen, just to see if the rocket was powerful enough to send up 2. And it proved to be really, really good. And then we moved on to 3. Okay. Maybe one more. How do capsules stop orbiting Earth? How did they get back home? Great question. So as they're orbiting, as we said before, they were going around and around and around, and they need to slow themselves down. So how do they slow themselves down, right? Well, the way that we slow ourselves down here on Earth is we use something called drag, right? We use the air around us to slow ourselves down. That's why parachutes work really well. But in outer space, since there's no air, how do you slow yourself down? Well, you have to have what's called retro rockets, rockets that can fire the opposite way you're going. So that way you can slow yourself down. You can slow your speed down, right? And when that happens, gravity takes over and then you come back down, right? You come falling back down, right? Essentially, when things are in orbit, when things are going around the planet, they're actually falling around the planet, but constantly missing the Earth. But if you slow them down, then when they come back down, they actually come more so into the atmosphere, and then gravity takes over more, and then they come and they can land into the ocean. Now, since we talked about landing on all those, landing on the Earth, right? We talked about landing on the Earth in different ways. Now we're going to talk about landing on the moon, right? Our closest kind of relative, right? Our closest thing to us, right? That we see almost every single night. Now, these are the 3 astronauts that went to the moon for that historic moon landing, right? Back in 1969, right? We have on the left there, Mr. Neil Armstrong. On the right there, Mr. Buzz Aldrin. And in the middle, we have Mr. Michael Collins, right? Michael Collins didn't walk on the moon, but he stayed inside of the capsule and opened the door for the other 2, right? When it was time to go home. But the other 2 landed on the moon, right? Now, how did they land on the moon? Well, when we think about landing on the moon, you guys can write in the comments things that are different about landing on the moon as compared to landing on Earth, right? How is the Earth different than the moon? Anyone want to, you can write that in the comments. Tell me different ways that the Earth is different than the moon. Well, one main way that it's different is because of the terrain, right? If we look here, the moon doesn't have water, right? It doesn't have lakes of water, right? It just has pretty much has dry rocks, right? It also has craters and lots of craters, right? I see folks in the comments saying that the moon has less gravity, right? The moon definitely has less gravity than we have here on Earth, right? So that's something that we have to worry about. The moon doesn't have air or water. And more specifically, the most important part of this is the air, right? Because what we just talked about landing on the Earth that was important was having that drag, right? Having that the parachute come out to slow ourselves down. If we don't have that air, so how do we slow ourselves down, right? So landing on the moon proved to be a challenge, but it was a challenge that NASA actually ended up being successful at multiple times, right? Now, this is my favorite image of this, the lunar module. This is the one that I have in my office. And actually, it's interesting that Eric said that he showed his. This is the one that we have of ours, right? But the lunar module and the pretty much the entire thing that went to the moon was this, right? It's comprised of three things. You have the service module, which is once again the place where all the heating, cooling, and all the electrical stuff is, right? Then you have the command module. This is pretty much where what's coming back home. And then you have this, the lunar module, right? Now, when the Saturn V that had the 3 astronauts on it embarked on the moon, it only had these two parts on it, right? As it was going through space, another rocket actually shot up shortly after it, and it had the third part, the lunar module, right? The lunar module was made specifically to combine and connect with this, with 1 and 2, and go to the moon to have those astronauts land on the moon. Now, how did it do it? Well, the lunar module separated from the command module where Michael Collins was, and the 2 astronauts, Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, were inside of this, right? Now, this has 2 stages. The stage that we see that's really, really gold and shiny, that stage is known as the descent stage. As it was going down, right, apparently where they were supposed to land, there were actually more craters and rocks than more rocks, than they had expected. So they had to clear these rocks because they didn't want anything to happen to those legs. They didn't want them to break. So they actually had to use a little bit more fuel than they expected to, and actually ended up using almost all of the fuels in their main cells. Luckily, they did have some in the reserve cells, but that's something that happened and something that they had to kind of prepare for. So they kind of moved past those rocks and landed on a softer spot, right, of the moon. And the Eagle had landed, right? And so this is how the 2 astronauts landed on the moon. Now, what's interesting is you see those legs there that kind of look like a spider. Some people say it looks like a spider. Some people say that the ascent stage here looks like a face, right? And so this bottom part is the descent stage here. This part here has those legs to absorb that shock, right? Now, if you've ever noticed, and we talked about this just a little bit ago about the moon having a little bit less gravity than the Earth, right? But 1/8 of the gravity of the Earth, right? If you've ever seen videos of the astronauts, the NASA astronauts going up into outer space and going to the moon, you've probably seen them jump up and come back down, right? So there is a little bit of gravity on the moon. But in going up and coming back down, that can actually do really bad things to these legs, right? If they don't have joints, kind of like how we have our knee joint, right? When we land, we can kind of bend our knees to absorb that shock. So that's what's really important about landing on the moon, because it doesn't have the atmosphere that we have, and things can actually go bouncing. And you don't want them to go bouncing because that means your astronauts go bouncing. And no one wants a bouncing astronaut, right? If you don't want this to happen, you have to have it so that your legs have joints, right? Now, the ascent stage, this part that's circled, this actually separates from the descent stage in order to reconnect those astronauts up to meet Michael Collins, right? Up at the command module. This is actually a picture of the ascent stage actually going up to meet Michael Collins. Michael Collins actually took this image of the moon, of the ascent stage on the moon, or coming off the moon, from the command service module. And if you look in the background, you can see Earthrise, which is literally the opposite of a sunrise, right? You can see the Earth coming up over the horizon there, right? There it is there. Now, next thing we're going to do is talk a little bit about the Mars rovers, right? Now, are there any questions? I think there were some questions that I did see in the comment section. Oh, there we go. Did all capsules land in the Atlantic Ocean? So no, not all capsules landed in the Atlantic Ocean. Some of them actually landed in the Pacific Ocean as well. The Apollo 11 capsule landed in the Pacific Ocean. So they just land in large bodies of water. And as I said before, the Soyuz capsule actually ends up landing in the desert. There are the Starliner capsules, which are being sent up by Boeing, that they're planning on having kind of like these airbags at the bottom so that it can land on the ground instead of landing in the water. So when was the first capsule made to land on the moon? Great question. So that was a series of capsules. So the first capsule was made at the end of the 1950s. Late 1950s was when the first capsule was made to kind of start the progression of the capsules going up to the moon. How long did they stay in orbit? So I think that was for the first kind of sets of astronauts that we talked about. So Scott Carpenter and John Young and Gus Grissom, those missions were pretty much the same time. They stayed up in space for about 3 hours. Their mission was about 3 hours, excuse me. They were up in outer space for about an hour and a half in terms of going around the Earth 3 times. All right. Now, moving forward, now we're going to talk a little bit about the Mars rovers, right? Because the Mars rovers landed on another planet, right? And they did some amazing things for us, right? Now, before we begin, I'd like to play a little game with you all. So this game, we're going to talk about the 2 Mars rovers, the twin Mars rovers that went to Mars. And I want you guys to let me know which answer you think is correct, right? And the way that you're going to let me know is in the comment section. When I show you this, you're going to say either 1. Oh, sorry. I'll show you here. You're going to say 1 for the one on the left, which is spirit. Or you're going to say 2 for the one on the right, which is opportunity. Okay? And these are not the same, but they're just twin rovers. Okay? Everyone got the rules. So when I ask you the question, I want you to write 1 for spirit or 2 for opportunity. Okay? So the first question I have is, which one went the farthest? Which one of these rovers do you think went the farthest? And I want you guys to take your best guess. All right. These rovers had these wheels, had motors, pushed them across the Martian terrain. Right. Now, which one of them went the farthest in terms of miles? Okay. Right. Number 1, if you think it was spirit. Right. Number 2, if you think it was opportunity. All right. All right. So I see I see some mix of answers. I see some 1s, I see some 2s. The one that went the farthest was opportunity, right? Whereas spirit went 4.8 miles in its entire journey. Opportunity went about 28 miles on the Martian surface, which is a great deal of distance to cover, right? Next, which one got some help from a dust devil? Now, we'll talk about what a dust devil is in a second, right? But which one got some help from a dust devil? And dust devil dust devils happen quite frequently on Mars, right? Mars is a very dusty planet. The reason why Mars is red, specifically, or looks red, is because it has a lot of iron oxide, which is rust, right? And since it has a lot of rust on its planet, it has this reddish talcum-y powder looking color to it when we look at it through telescopes. So I see some 1s, I see some 2s. Once again, it's pretty split, right? Well, the answer is spirit. Mr. Spirit here got some help from a dust devil. Now, this is what happened. One day, Spirit was out roaming, and as I said before, there's lots of dust storms that happen on Mars, and dust was blowing around, and dust actually landed on Spirit's energy panels and coated it with a fine coating of dust. Now, because of this, Spirit wasn't getting the energy that it needed. So NASA actually thought Spirit's mission was close to finish. But then all of a sudden, a dust devil came along. And a dust devil was kind of like this, kind of like a tornado almost of dust, like a column of dust that kind of blows around. And it blew and it hit Spirit, and it actually knocked off the dust from its energy panels. So the thing that actually took its power away actually gave it its power back later by kind of knocking the dust off of it. Now, next, which one had a broken wheel that made a great discovery? All right. Now, this one is interesting, right? I want you guys to put your best guess for this one. They have these wheels here, these kind of solid looking wheels, right? Now, the Spirit and Opportunity, by the way, their sizes, they're about the size of a golf cart, right? So they're pretty decent sized things, right? All right, so what do you guys think? I see some ones, I see some twos. Okay. I think I saw someone in the comments say something about Spirit needing a sand bender to get the sand off, which I thought was pretty funny. Avatar reference. And the answer is, ladies and gentlemen, Spirit. And that's the thing about Spirit. Spirit needed a lot of spirit in order to stay focused and stay alive on his journey. Spirit did have a broken wheel. And that's actually why Spirit's, the distance that it traveled wasn't too great, right? Spirit's wheel once broke, and it started dragging it across the Martian terrain. But it was still going. It was still fighting. It was still struggling, right? But it actually did something good, because as it was dragging and kicking up dirt, it actually showed us this underneath the Martian dust. And you might look at it and say, what is that? It's just lighter dust underneath it. Well, upon examining it, we found that it had some organic molecules in it, right? Some things that we need in order to have life here on this planet. We know life came from stuff like this. Now, is it saying that there was life on Mars? And is it saying that there is life on Mars? Not at all, right? But it is saying that Mars does have some of the stuff that life needs, which is really, really interesting, right? Now, one last question. Which one had the longer mission length, right? Now, after hearing these stories about everything, which one do you think had the longer mission length? In terms of years, right? How long they went up. So like 1, 2, which one do you guys think? Now, just to clarify what I was talking about with that organic molecule stuff, it was like silicates, right? So it's like stuff that is a part of what makes life here, right? And it's stuff that kind of comes from water as well. So that is another important thing to find. And so I see a lot of more twos this time, and it's a good sign, right? And it was Opportunity, right? Because Spirit had all that trouble. Opportunity's mission was a little bit longer, right? Actually, Spirit ended up kind of driving into a ditch and stopped receiving sunlight and eventually powered down. Spirit's mission was longer than they expected, way longer than they thought it was going to be, and it was about 6 years. Whereas Opportunity's mission was about 16 years, right? So we can see the lengths were different. Now, why are we talking about this? Well, because they had to land on Mars, right? So they had to land on Mars a little bit differently. We talked about some of the differences of Earth and the moon, right? Some of those differences are the same for Mars, right? Mars has a thicker atmosphere than the moon, but a way thinner atmosphere than Earth, right? Mars has a rocky terrain, kind of like the moon, and it also has lots of that dust that we talked about, right? Mars's gravity is a lot different, a lot weaker than on Earth as well. So we have to worry about, like I said before, bouncing, right? So how are they going to land these things on Mars? Well, they're going to use a parachute, right? They're going to use a parachute to slow it down, right? They're also going to use retro rockets. These retro rockets are going to stabilize it. And then the fun is going to happen. If you can look at the bottom here, well, that's covering it. But right at the bottom, right underneath all of that fire, there's these things that look like grapes, right? Let's talk about those things that look like grapes, because that's where our rovers, that's the place where our rovers are going to be, right? The rovers are kind of tucked inside of there, and they're going to bounce, right? This stuff is made out of the same material that spacesuits are made out of, and it's filled with air, right? And now it's bouncing, it's bouncing very, very high, and it's losing that velocity until eventually it comes and rolls to a stop, right? And then all of these things are going to deflate like airbags and make it look like some deflated, weird-looking raisin, right? And then out is going to pop the folded rovers ready to do their mission, to drive off onto the Martian terrain. Now, that's how you're going to land a rover the size of a golf cart, right? How are you going to land a rover the size of a car, right? The size of a humongous car, a big car. Well, you're going to land it a little bit differently. There's another rover on Mars, and it's actually still doing its mission, and that's Curiosity. And what we're going to do is actually look at this video of Curiosity landing on the surface of Mars. They call this the 7 minutes of terror. It takes you 7 minutes for you to go through Mars's atmosphere, release everything, and land safely on the terrain, right? Now, you're going from 13,000 miles per hour to 0 in just 7 seconds. That is tremendous, right? And there's a lot of different things that we have to pay close attention to when we are looking at this land. Let me make this full screen so we can see it just a little bit better there. Right? So inside of this casing is the rover, right? It's now going through Mars's thinner atmosphere, but it's thin enough that you kind of worry about it, but it's thick enough that it is going to cause this friction. So you see the friction right there on the outside of the capsule, right? Now, what's interesting is what's about to happen next. As I said before, the atmosphere is still pretty thin. We're still going to use it, right? We're going to use our parachute. The parachute is going to come out, and it's going to slow ourselves down, right? We're going to slow ourselves down pretty good to about 1,000 miles per hour, which is still way too fast, right? So as you can see here now, that heat shield at the bottom of the capsule actually separates and it flies off, right? The reason why it needs to separate is because now we need to see where we're landing. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, there's a latency period. Latency means there's time, a break of time between when you send a command and when that command actually reaches to what you're looking at here. That period is 14 minutes. So when this 7 minutes of terror starts, that thing is on the ground before we even know it, right? But we can still kind of think ahead and kind of pre-plan our motions, right? And so when we're looking down at the ground, we're looking to see where we're landing, that heat shield's off. Oops, sorry. Let's go back a little bit here. Oh. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to move this marker a bit up. That's okay. We'll rewatch this first part here. There we go. We'll try like this. There we go. So now, sorry, folks, for the technical difficulties. Here we go. Let's start this video here. I'll go here. It's okay. So just going to see, there we go. We have it playing there. Let's go back this way. Try that way. Oh, no technical difficulties. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Essentially, though, what ends up happening is as this is going closer to the ground, we have to worry about a lot of different things. Then that parachute is actually going to come off as it slows it down to the speed that it needs to be. But then it's just useless. By the way, that's the largest parachute that NASA ever created. And also, it only weighs 100 pounds, and it's dealing with 65,000 pounds of force as it comes out. But that thing's going to slow it down, is going to be jettisoned off. And then you actually have to separate from that casing that you see here. And then a sky crane is going to come out. And what it's going to first do is have retro rockets that actually kind of control the lander's landing pattern, right? But as those retro rockets come out, they're going to be forcing dust up into the air. So we don't want that. So they have to have a sky crane come out with these cables that actually lower it and drop it down to land it, right? Which is really, really interesting. Why is it interesting? Well, specifically because of what we see here. This is the Perseverance rover. And the Perseverance rover is what's going to be landing today, hopefully today, on Mars. And it's going to go through those same 7 minutes of terror that we just talked about. But NASA actually plans and pre-plans and plans some more before they actually send these things up into space. So that way, when it lands, they have all the precautions that they need to, right? So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our Lunar Landers program. I just wanted to open the floor to answer any questions that you all may have for the last couple of minutes. Have the rovers come back from Mars? So no. So once those rovers, once their missions are over, they're there. Unfortunately, we can't send them back to Earth because we don't have any propulsion system, any rockets on Mars to actually send them back over to the Earth. So they're still on Mars. There's some things actually that we left on the moon that we've actually gotten pieces from. So when astronauts have gone to the moon, things that we have sent up to the moon, like rovers or landers on the moon, they have actually gone back up there and taken some of the things off. That's because they can get back home, right? So we've actually brought those back home. Has NASA landed any other things on other planets? Yes, they have. They've landed probes on other planets, and they've still had to take these precautions when they landed these probes on those planets. So, for instance, the Huygens probe is a probe that landed on one of Saturn's moons called Titan. And Titan's really, really important because Titan actually has an atmosphere, and Titan has lakes and rivers, and NASA thinks it's a really, really good place that might have life. Maybe life that we've never seen before, but it might have life. So that's some place that we're looking, NASA's looking to kind of explore a little bit more. But the Huygens probe landed there years ago. And we've landed other probes on different planets as well. Will it ever be possible to land astronauts on Mars? Is there air on Mars? If not, how would the parachutes work? Because we need air. Yep, exactly. So that's a very good question. So one, we hope, and we're very, very confident that we will be sending astronauts to Mars, hopefully in the next 20 years or so, 10 to 20 years, actually. There's a real good push for it, a real good hope for it, sending astronauts to actually land and look around Mars. There is there's not air on Mars, but there is an atmosphere on Mars, right? And mostly it's carbon dioxide, so we can't breathe it. It's actually really bad for us. But what we can do is, one, we can build bases. We can build different structures like the International Space Station in outer space, right? It's a structure in space that's kind of like bringing Earth to space. So we can bring Earth to Mars by building structures there. Take us a while to do it. And you can have people stay on Mars. Or there's also this very, very scientific, it's like a sci-fi thought, but it is a thought. There are these vents that kind of like these skylight vents that kind of lead to the inner parts of Mars, right? And so there's almost like underground tunnels. So scientists believe that if we can probably close those off, pump air in there, and we can, possibly live underneath the surface of Mars. So. All right. Why is there less gravity on the moon than Earth? Great question. One, because the moon is smaller. The moon is smaller than the Earth, and the Earth's gravity pretty much outweighs that. And also the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, right? So it doesn't have anything pushing down on us, actually adding to that gravity. So because of all of that, the moon has less gravity than the Earth. Why did they stop using the space shuttle? Mainly because we didn't need that technology anymore. And also it proves costly. both money-wise and also it's the technology. As we know, there were two really terrible incidents that happened with the Columbia and the Challenger space shuttles. And so, benefits weighing the cost, it didn't seem like the space shuttle was the way to go anymore. We didn't need to do those large missions in space where we're putting up telescopes and putting up the International Space Station. We're doing just fine with capsules. So we've gone back to using capsules to sending astronauts and supplies back up into outer space. And last question, how long was the trip to the moon and back? I believe 3 days there and about 3 days back in terms of the travel, and they spent about 22 hours on the moon. So the whole trip was about 10 days or so. So it takes you about 3 days to get there. It's about 240,000 miles away, which is quite far. You can actually take all the planets in the solar system and stack them right next to each other, and it would fit in between the space between the Earth and the moon. So long distance away. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all so much for joining me for this. Also, just want to remind you guys that Perseverance is landing hopefully today. And you can watch that here actually with us at Kids Weeks. So that's going to happen around 4 o'clock. So stay tuned for that, or around 3:55, I believe the time is. So thank you all so much for joining me.
Oh, Franz, that was great, man. My favorite machine. Still the only thing that has carried humans to another world. That's my thing.
And it's like a life raft too, because it helped out during the Apollo 13 mission.
Absolutely. Great machine. Wonderful machine. Made by Grumman right here in Long Island, New York.
Long Island. Yep.
Thank you so much for the great presentation, Franz.
No problem. Thank you, Eric.
We'll have virtual programs just like this one, just all year long. Make sure you follow us on our website to find out more about that. And also, did you know that you could experience your child's next birthday party at home with the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum? You and your birthday party guests will go on a virtual tour of the museum, learn all about the history of the ship and the crew, do hands-on themed activities, and celebrate your child's birthday in a fun and interactive way. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/groups for more information and to register. Up next at the noon hour, right at 12 o'clock sharp, we'll have a materials engineer from NASA, Tracy Prater. She's going to do a 3D printing presentation and workshop. 3D printing is just amazing. You can make all sorts of things you never thought imaginable. But first, I'd like to show you a short video that we produced at the Intrepid Museum using former astronaut Mike Massimino. He's going to take us behind the scenes to see our NASA T-38 Talon. This is the chase planes you'll see that followed the shuttles down. We have one on our flight deck, and Mike's going to tell you all about it. So let's roll the video.
All right, so this kind of reminds me of my days at NASA, except we didn't fly off an aircraft carrier, which we're on now. We would come out to the airplane, and the canopies would be open already because the crew would get those ready, or crew meaning the guys who were helping us on the ground. And at NASA, we had these ladders so that we could climb in. If you didn't have a ladder, sometimes we go to a base that was not a NASA base or not a military base that had these special ladders that they would hook. Deploy these steps. So these little steps here that come out, and you step on there and get inside the airplane. I would always go in the back. The pilot and commander I'd be flying with got in the front. We would set up our harness parachute, make sure the ejection seat was all good, and then we do a walk around the airplane. And you just look and see what's going on. Even if you just got out of the, say you did a stopover, you just got out of the airplane for an hour or so to get a bite to eat, now you're going back in and continue your mission, you would still check out everything. You didn't want to take any chances. So you would look in here and make sure the engine's clean and everything over here, the intake is good. And then we walk around the airplane, look here and check out the gear, make sure nothing got up in there, everything was good, all the pins were good, all the screws are where they're supposed to be. You look at the brakes, which were not on this airplane because they took them off, but you look at the brakes and make sure they were in good shape. Give them a little test, make sure they're working. Check the control surfaces. You know, they move around a little bit here, make sure that they're movable. Check that you have a good amount of hydraulic fluid. Control surface here, we call this the elevator, make sure that's movable. In this case, it actually is, so that's good, even though we're not going to fly this airplane today. Looking at back here in the exhaust now, make sure everything's clean and clear. You can see all the way through. Give the rudder a little shake. Make sure the elevator here is okay. Again, check out the hydraulic fluid over here and all the way around here. Everything looks good. Everything works. Everything's loose. Nothing's leaking. Check for leaks. And you get inside and go flying. So the point of having this airplane, to have this airplane was that it allowed us to train as a crew together. So flying in space with your shuttle crew or with your space station crew, which we're flying now, of course, you work with your crewmates, you work systems, you work emergencies when they come up, you work different procedures, you have a mission to accomplish, and you're also working with a control tower, control center on the ground. And it's similarly, you have a control tower when you fly in the airplane. You have to work together to maneuver the airplane, to navigate, to communicate with the ground. So it allows you to acquire the same skills that will be useful in space flight. You get to do that inside of the airplane. If you were a pilot in command, you had to fly at least 40 to 45 hours a quarter every 3 months. And if you were a backseater like I was, had to fly a minimum of 12 hours a quarter. So that's amazing. When you have a job that requires you to do things that you absolutely love, you know you got the right job. The most fun I ever had in T-38 was we would do some aerobatic training, again, to help us prepare to fly in space, doing loops and rolls and flying around clouds, and it was just beautiful. Enriched my life, it really did. It was an experience I never thought I would get a chance to have because I wasn't a military pilot. I was a private pilot, but I never got to fly in an airplane like this. This is a military jet, but as an astronaut I had a chance to fly in this airplane, and it just was so beautiful to see what we got to see and what we got to experience inside the airplane. Unlike spaceflight, which you only do every once in a while, every couple of years as an astronaut, you get to fly in a T-38 almost as much as you can. We had a requirement for hours, but about once a week or so was how often we got to fly in those airplanes. Wonderful experience. I'm glad we have one here at Intrepid.
Yeah, that's a great airplane, Mike. And in fact, that T-38 that we have on display was actually flying chase with the Space Shuttle Enterprise back when it was doing those approach and landing tests. So that's a historic airplane to have with our shuttle right next door. So we're going to be back at noon with materials engineer, NASA material engineer Tracy Prater at high noon. So don't be late, and we'll see you there. Hey, and we're back, and with the precision of the U.S. Space Force and NASA, and Intrepid is no slouch. We're right back on time at 12 noon. I'd like to introduce NASA material engineer Tracy Prater for a really cool program on 3D printing. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm excited.
Take it away, and I'll be back with some questions from our viewers when you're finished with your presentation.
Okay, sounds great. I have some charts that I think are going to pop up on the screen. I'll wait for those. Okay, there we go. All right, so I'm Tracy Prater. I am a materials engineer at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, which is in Huntsville, Alabama. And I primarily work on the in-space manufacturing project. So today I'm just going to give you an overview of that project, our goals and objectives, and the technology activities that we're doing. So this presentation is called Make It, Don't Take It, because our goal with manufacturing in space is really to reduce the amount of material we launch from Earth on space missions. Okay, next chart. So a little bit about me and kind of my path to NASA. I'm originally from Kentucky, and as a kid, I was always really fascinated in space and loved science. I was in a club as a kid called Young Astronauts, where we'd meet after school to do space and science activities. I was a perennial science fair participant, so I really caught the space bug through those activities. So I got my undergraduate degree in physics. Along the way, I decided I actually wanted to be an engineer. It's okay to change your mind about what you want to do. So I went to graduate school in mechanical engineering. So for students in the audience, there are lots of different kinds of engineering. Mechanical engineering is somewhat of the broadest of the engineering disciplines. So while I was in graduate school, I did several internships at NASA and was a research fellow. And then I worked in the private sector for a couple of years with a rocket manufacturer before I came to NASA in 2013. So other fun facts about me, I have a rescue dog. Her name is Laika, after the dog the Russians sent to space. She's a lab beagle mix. And I also enjoy scuba diving. Okay, next slide. So where exactly is NASA? So a lot of people are very familiar with Johnson Space Center, which is in Houston. So that's where crew operations happen, space station flight control, astronaut training, and Kennedy Space Center in Florida, which is a launch operations center. But there are actually many NASA field centers and facilities all across the country. So I work at NASA Marshall, which is in Huntsville, Alabama. And so each NASA center also focuses on different technology areas. So Marshall primarily works on rockets and rocket development. We have some International Space Station work, some of which I'm going to highlight in this presentation. And then we also have a heavy emphasis on materials and manufacturing at Marshall. The next slide. So NASA has a really, really broad suite of technologies that we work on. So NASA does science that includes Earth observation. It includes planetary science, like rovers on Mars. You all are going to watch Perseverance land today at 3:55 p.m. Eastern Time. Planetary probes like New Horizons, that went to Pluto. Space telescopes as well, like the Hubble Space Telescope and the upcoming James Webb Space Telescope. So we also develop technologies that help us get to space and take things and people to space, but also how we move through space. So transporting crew and cargo and the vehicles there, and then also how we live and work in space. So NASA also does continuous operations of the International Space Station. So the space station is 200 miles above the Earth. It's constantly crewed, and the astronauts do research on everything from drug development to materials to how the human body works in microgravity. And then another thing I want to point out is that the first A in NASA stands for aeronautics. So the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, and NASA actually started as a research organization doing aircraft research. So that work continues today. So anytime you fly, NASA is with you, from more fuel efficient and cleaner engines to more streamlined air traffic control. There's still a lot of work at NASA in the aeronautics sector. Okay, so next slide. So what is 3D printing? That's what I'm going to spend most of my presentation talking about today. So 3D printing is the process of building up a part layer by layer. So think of stacking material like bricks. So sometimes it's called additive manufacturing. That's another term because it's the process that instead of removing material, adds material. So traditional manufacturing that you might think of really does rely on removing material. So cutting material, carving out material, just the way that a sculptor would carve out, pieces of marble or rock to create the features of a sculpture. But with additive manufacturing or 3D printing, we're adding material. We're precisely controlling how that material is deposited. And so that can enable us to make entirely new designs and also decrease the time it takes to go from art, from your CAD drawing, to having a physical part. So you can build prototypes and test them and let the results of that testing then inform how you go back and redesign. And you could do that much quicker than you could with older manufacturing techniques. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so this just shows you more about the 3D printing process. So this is for plastics 3D printing. So you have a nozzle that's extruding heated plastic in the form of a wire and depositing on a build platform. And so that build platform can move back and forth relative to the print head to produce a particular geometry. And so I have more of a video that goes through that later on. Next slide. So why do we want to 3D print in space? So right now, everything that we use in space gets launched from Earth. So the International Space Station, which is 200 miles above the Earth, is like a really large house in space. So if you have a really large house, right, you have lots of places to put all your stuff. So you can have spare parts and replacement systems and all your packaging materials and store it there without any problems. But as we move beyond low Earth orbit and kind of become more untethered from Earth, we're still going to need all these things, but we might not be able to pack them into our spacecraft. So, and we also don't always have the ability to get things to and from the spacecraft as readily if we're beyond low Earth orbit. So if you're on the lunar surface on the way to Mars, your resupply opportunities are going to be pretty limited. So at that point, you really need the capability to make exactly what you need when you need it. And so that's what in-space manufacturing is all about. If you need a spare part or a tool, you can just make it. You don't have to pre-position absolutely everything that you would ever need, right? So imagine if you're going to pack for a one-year camping trip, right? Would you try to take everything with you? Or would you rather have the ability to make something, that you didn't remember, right? There's no kind of hardware store in space right now. So launching things from Earth is also really expensive. It's about $10,000 per pound with in the current launch vehicle market. Those costs, may come down with more ready resupply. And rocketry is really kind of tyrannical when it comes to weight. So the more weight you add to the top of the rocket, the more you're carrying to space, the more fuel you need, right? And so that fuel also adds weight. Then you need a bigger fuel tank. You can see where I'm going here. So it's really a very complex optimization problem in terms of packing for space missions. Okay, next slide. So another thing we think about in space manufacturing is how it might enable us to respond to unanticipated scenarios. So probably the best example of this is the Apollo 13 mission. The image on this chart is from the company Made in Space, and they built the first printer that flew to the space station in 2014. So on the Apollo 13 mission, many of you may have seen the movie or read the book, Lost Meaning by Jim Lovell. There was an explosion in an oxygen tank that had some damage to it prior to launch. So when they got to orbit, they did kind of a stir procedure of that tank and the tank ruptured. So the crew had to move from where they were in the main command module into the LEM, or the Lunar Excursion Module, which was what was going to take them to the lunar surface. So also another facet of space exploration is that you have to actually remove carbon dioxide from your cabin air. So plants kind of do that for us here on Earth. So Apollo 13 and many spacecraft today have mechanical systems to remove carbon dioxide. But the equipment in the command module that removed this carbon dioxide was square, and it wasn't compatible with the round openings in the lunar module. And so the crew and all the people who support them on the ground had to figure out a way to get a square peg in a round hole, basically. And so they did that successfully using a bunch of spare parts of duct tape. But you could actually 3D print a solution to that problem. So this is from the company Made in Space. It shows how to do that on the slide. So the advantage of having manufacturing capabilities on your space mission in some ways is that it could enable you to respond to these unforeseen scenarios. So you can't, 3D print your way out of everything, but it is certainly a good tool in the toolkit for future space exploration. Okay, next slide. So NASA flew the first printer to the space station in 2014, and that was built and operated for NASA by a company called Made in Space. So the first experiments that we did in 2014 were with plastic 3D printing, so similar to desktop printing systems you might be familiar with in your home or school in terms of the actual process that's being executed. So the printer operated for 2 years on space station and printed 55 parts and specimens. So a lot of those specimens were materials that we could pull apart or compress or flex to see how strong the material was that was made in space and compare that to material that was made on Earth at identical settings. So Made in Space took the results of that 2-year technology demonstration mission, and they went on to develop a multi-material plastics printer, which is currently on space station. And so this is actually a commercial facility. So NASA is just one user of this facility. Next slide. Okay, so in a previous chart, I mentioned that we can also print with metals. So today we demonstrated printing with plastics in space. But if you think about the parts that you would actually want to print on space missions, a lot of those are metal. So we're developing 2 metal 3D printing systems for demonstration on space station with commercial partners. So one system you can see on the left in this chart is from TechShot Inc., and we call that Fabrication Laboratory, or Fab Lab for short. And so then the other system is a metal manufacturing process called wire arc additive manufacturing. And so Made in Space has developed that system called Vulcan. And so that's a hybrid system. So what hybrid means is that you have 3D printing, but you also have traditional subtractive manufacturing. So you can print the part and then you can machine it for finishing. So there's also some images of parts produced with these manufacturing capabilities in the ground-based prototype systems. So NASA does a lot of 3D printing of metals on the ground. At Marshall, we do a lot of 3D printing for rocket engine parts. So those processes that we use for ground-based additive manufacturing start with powders and use lasers to sinter material. But we're not looking at adapting that particular process for spaceflight, primarily because of the power constraints. So you only get 2,000 watts of power on space station for your experiment that you're going to operate. And then there's also the challenge of managing metal powders in microgravity. That would be really difficult. So we've pivoted more towards 3D printing processes where what you're printing with, the material you're printing with and extruding, is actually in the form of a wire instead of a powder. Okay, so next slide. So I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about some of our recycling activities. So recycling is another capability that we want to have truly sustainable space exploration. So we definitely need recycling here on Earth, and there's a lot of activity in that area, and we will certainly need it when we go to space on these really long duration missions. So right now, absolutely everything that gets launched to the space station gets packed into films and foams for launch. And all of that packaging material gets unpacked by the crew and it gets stored on space station temporarily. So imagine if everything you ordered online, you had to keep the packaging material in your house for a garbage truck that only comes once every 3 months. So the vessel that goes to ISS and transports basically all the trash is a module called the Cygnus capsule. and that's built by Orbital ATK. And so everything that's stored as trash gets packed into that. The astronauts call these trash footballs, and it burns up as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. So we've had a couple of different recycling capabilities on board the space station for demonstration. So one of those was the Tethers Unlimited Refabricator, which was a NASA payload, and then the Main Space Recycler. And so Main Space Recycler is another example of, that's a commercial facility that's on space station that NASA and then other entities all have the ability to use for experiments. Okay. So we also need materials for packaging that are designed to be recycled. So right now, if you look at the different packaging materials that are used for our space station, it's kind of a histogram of all different materials, and they weren't really intended to be repurposed. So we've had some activities under our project working with companies to develop recyclable launch packaging materials. So there's an image on the slide of some material from Cornerstone Research Group. So they developed a recyclable material for packaging that can be provided in the form of films or foams. It can be ground up into pellets and then extruded into feedstock that you can then 3D print with. And so you can do this over and over with multiple cycles of printing and recycling. So on future space missions, we'd really like to move toward just having one packaging material that's really designed for repurposing and reuse. Okay, next slide. So we talked a lot about in-space manufacturing that happens inside the crew cabin, primarily for manufacturing of spare parts, recycling of packaging materials, but 3D printing also scales up. So you could use 3D printing to build really large structures like landing pads or habitats on a planetary surface. So I was involved with a prize competition that NASA ran from 2015 to 2019 on 3D printing of habitats. So these pictures on the right-hand side are from the 2019 head-to-head competition for 3D printing habitats that we held at Caterpillar. And so the winner of this was AI Space Factory, and so they're actually a company based in New York City. They ran Intrepid Kids Week last year as well. And so they now have work with NASA on developing materials and continuing to mature this process for planetary surface construction. And then on the left hand of the chart is Icon. So they are an Austin, Texas company that 3D prints houses. So they also have a large project with NASA Marshall on developing a system for construction of landing pads and subaqueous habitats on the lunar surface. And they also competed in this Centennial Challenge. And so this seems really far out, but 3D printing for construction is actually a really growing industry here on Earth. And so it's something that we also want to leverage for future space exploration. NASA has a 3D printing database that you can find online. And so some of our parts from our in-space manufacturing project are in that database. So you can actually go there and download part files, manipulate them in free open source softwares, and print them with any 3D printer for plastics that you might have access to. And so in the past, we ran several student competitions to design parts to be printed on the space station. So the part in the demo that's on the next slide of video is a crew tool that was actually designed by a student. At the time, he was a high school student and actually was printed on space station. So with that, I think the next slide is kind of the video of the 3D print demo.
Hi, I'm Tracy Prater, and I'm a materials engineer at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. And today I'm going to talk to you about how NASA uses 3D printing for our in-space manufacturing project. Now we're going to do a 3D printing demo, starting with a part file, which is just a three-dimensional rendering of a part that you can download from a NASA website and turn that into an actual part, just like crew can do on board the International Space Station. So I'm going to be doing this demo with my home 3D printer. This is just one of many different types of printers that you can use for plastic.
Oh no.
That you can download from a NASA website and turn that into an actual part, just like crew can do on board the International Space Station. So I'm going to be doing this demo with my home 3D printer. This is just one of many different types of printers that you can use for plastic. So just to be clear, I'm not endorsing any particular printer. This is just the one I happen to have at home and use as a hobbyist. So 3D printer works by taking filament feedstock. That's the plastic wire that goes into the printer and moving it through an extruder, which heats the wire into a mushy state and pushes it out onto a build platform. So the file that we're going to be using for our print was actually manufactured on the space station, and it was designed by a student as part of a competition we did in 2016. And we're going to be printing with ABS, which is acrylonitrile butadiene styrene, which is a very common thermoplastic for 3D printers. But you can print this in any thermoplastic that interfaces with your printer.
So to start, we're going to go to the NASA 3D resources page at this address to select a part file. So this website is curated by NASA Ames Research Center, and it includes a number of space-related files for 3D printing. So most of what is in this database are small desktop models of NASA spacecraft, such as rovers, capsules, and satellites for planetary observation. But we also have a few part files from our 3D printing work under in space manufacturing that are part of this database. So we're going to search for the multi-purpose precision maintenance tool. So this is a tool that, as I mentioned, was designed for crew use on the International Space Station. And it was actually designed by a student through a NASA and Future Engineers student competition and actually printed on orbit in 2016. So this tool has a number of features, which you can see in the CAD rendering. It has attachments for various size sockets and wrenches, a measuring scale, and a wire stripper on the left side of this image. So we can go to the bottom of the page and click to download this as a zip file, and it will appear once it's downloaded and we open it as an STL file. So the STL file is what we will then import into our 3D printer software. And STL stands for Standard Triangle Language, and it is a standard file format for CAD softwares and also 3D printing. So this file is going to give us the surface geometry of the part.
Importing the file we just downloaded into a 3D printing software. Again, this is just an example of 3D printer software, and there are many options. This one is Ultimaker Cura, and this is an open source software. So again, this is not an endorsement of any particular software. Just choose what works for you and your printer. So we've opened the part file within the software, and it's been digitally rendered on the build platform, as you can see here. And so now we're going to choose our print settings. So the first thing that we're going to look at here is layer thickness. With 3D printing, the part consists of layers, and this setting indicates how thick we want each of those layers to be. We're going to set this at a layer height of 0.3 millimeters. You can also think of layer height as a measure of resolution of the part in the vertical direction in which it is pulled. So any setting should work with this particular part. The printing time is also somewhat dependent on layer height, so a larger layer height will reduce the number of layers in the part. There are a number of different infill patterns that you can use for 3D printing. So infill is the shape of the material that is deposited in the interior of the part. And selection of infill can be somewhat part and geometry dependent, but for a flat part like this, really any selection should work. And so you can think of infill density, which is on this scale, as the packing of deposited material within the part. So I'm going to choose a sparser fill on this end of the spectrum, primarily to accelerate the print time. And this means that there are more hollow spaces inside the part than with a denser infill. And infill impacts the weight of the part and also its strength. So looking down here at support material, there may be some parts that have overhangs or features which wouldn't be supported during the build and would require support material. And support material is removed when the print is finished.
But since this is a flat part, we won't need to build any supports. And for printing on the space station, we actually have a requirement for there not to be support material in the part design, since crew wouldn't be able to remove it on orbit. And that's primarily due to concerns about generating debris in the environment of the crew cabin. So once I've specified the print settings, the software is going to slice the part into layers based on those settings, and it's going to generate what's called G-code. And so G-code drives the movements of the machine to deposit material in a specific way to build up the part. So we've sliced the file, we've generated the G-code, and then the software gives me a bit of an idea of how long the print is going to take. So this is a time-lapse video of our 3D print. So this took about an hour and a half to complete. You can see the heated filament coming out of the nozzle, the build tray rastering back and forth underneath it. And once this is finished, we will remove it from the build tray with a scraper tool. And voila, we've gone from art to part and we're ready to use our tool. While we've worked with plastics for this demo, there are also metal 3D printing capabilities used by both NASA and industry. We're actually working toward developing 2 metal 3D printers for demonstration on the International Space Station in the next few years. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to purchase a personal metal 3D printer for my home just yet. With 3D printing, we can enable crews to make what they need exactly when they need it. It's a make it, don't take it approach to space exploration that you can also experiment with using desktop 3D printers you may have access to in your home, school, or local makerspace. But even if you don't have a 3D printer, you can still design parts for 3D printing. There are a number of open source design softwares that will enable you to create computer models of your design and export those as STL files, just like we did in this demo. So I hope you've enjoyed this demonstration, and we'll take the opportunity to learn more about how NASA uses 3D printing for both Earth and space.
Okay, so following up on that video, I wanted to highlight another application of 3D printing in space that you can also explore at home. So someone from Intrepid is going to post a link to this activity. It's from Jet Propulsion Laboratory in the chat. So NASA launches a lot of very large structures to space, like space telescopes, and those have to fit inside the payload fairings of a launch vehicle. So if you see a rocket, the payload fairings are the part at the top that covers whatever's launching to space. So in design of really large structures, designers are often driven to use origami folding to kind of fit everything inside the top of the rocket. You can see this with James Webb Space Telescope. And then those structures get expanded to deploy in the space environment. So there's an activity from JPL where you can build a little origami, I don't know if you can see this, a little origami star shade. So this is a component of a telescope okay, in view here, which would block out a star's light and enable us to actually see the planets around it. So basically it folds up for launch and then it would expand once it's in space. But what 3D printing can actually do is enable us to build structures in space that exceed the volume of a payload fairing. So imagine really large beams and trusses that you want to be able to fit inside the top of the rocket or space telescope, structures like that that don't have to be compressed for launch. And so NASA actually has 2 upcoming missions to demonstrate large-scale additive manufacturing or 3D printing in the space environment. So that's just another example of how 3D printing can remove some of these design constraints we've always existed with, right? So enabling completely new designs for space missions. Okay, so we can go back to the chart package now. So I'm a big fan of in-space manufacturing. Obviously, I think it has the potential of how we execute and plan for all our future space missions. So as we pack for Mars, there's actually a podcast on this from NASA. It's hard to take everything we might ever need. So we have to really learn to live off the land, so to speak, to use the resources around us. And some of that includes using those resources for manufacturing. So one thing I didn't highlight in this presentation is we actually have a flight demonstration mission under in-space manufacturing that's going up this year under our project that will enable 3D printing of plastic materials, so materials you might use for launch packaging, And then regular simulants, that would be the material you would find around you on the lunar surface, or we're using a simulated version of that for the flight mission. So that's actually with main space, and it's called a regolith print. So that's something cool that's coming up this year for our project. Okay, next slide. So my job and my career at NASA, I think, is really about how we take science fiction, right, and make it real. So I think that manufacturing is a really fun technology area to work in, and hopefully it's one you can also explore some at home with some of these activities. There are lots of open source softwares, as I said, for design and printing. And the A in STEAM is for art, right? So you can really explore your creativity with new designs. And so this week is focused on STEAM, but I do also want to emphasize that NASA and the space industry do require people in all job functions. So at NASA, we have lawyers and accountants and media people who help me make that video, and graphic designers, really every career that you can envision. So if you really like space, there's absolutely a place for you in this industry. And hopefully as launch costs come down, we have more human spaceflight providers, there'll be more opportunities for all of us to go to space one day too. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
We have a bunch of questions lined up, Tracy, so
Okay.
they'll be popping up here in a second. Here's our first one. What types of waste materials might be recycled on space missions? Is there more that we can reuse than just launch packing material?
So we tended to focus on packaging material like films and foams under our project, because that's one waste stream, and it's something that is a recognized issue on space station, just having to kind of store all of this stuff until Cygnus comes to carry it away. But absolutely, I think there are certainly other waste streams. I think a spare metal part is another waste stream, something that's a component that's expanded its design life instead of just trashing it. If we had a metal recycling capability, we could then, recycle that back into metal feedstock for printing and make a new part. Certainly there's even, human sources of, we have some environmental control and life support systems and concepts that would enable us to reuse other sources. And so that could be atmospheric gases. It could be waste from the crew. There's a urine processor assembly on space station that actually takes urine from the crew and recycles that back into drinkable water. It's a centrifuge that basically separates the water from the other elements that you wouldn't want to drink.
Really outside the box there. Next question. Do you use the 3D printed items you make on the ISS?
So there have been so most of what we've done today has been kind of experimental, proving out the technology, proving that the processes work in microgravity, and looking at the properties of materials that we get in space versus those produced on Earth. But there have been a couple of instances where parts that were 3D printed were actually used on space station, but they're what we call kind of non-structural parts, right? If it failed, there would be kind of consequences of failure. So that's where we are right now. In the future, though, as we have metal printing capabilities, and as we also mature inspection capabilities, right? Capabilities that would allow us to verify that a part is good, that it's suitable for use in its intended environment or application. That's when we would really be able to utilize these capabilities and really use it to reduce the amount of parts that we have to take with us. So we have some work on what's called in-process monitoring. So that's actually monitoring the manufacturing process as it's happening, kind of like monitoring its vital signs, and that can give you some indication of whether a part's good or bad. But on Earth, we use things like structured light scanning to create a three-dimensional image of the part and compare that back to the file. We also use CT scanning and X-ray to actually be able to look inside a part. There's also ultrasonic inspection that uses sound waves. So there are ways to kind of get at that. It's just we need to work towards adapting some of those towards space applications as well.
Here's the next. You make 3D items in your personal time for everyday use?
So I have a 3D printer at home. Yeah, I've played around with it a little bit, as you saw in the video. So yeah, there's tons of databases online where you can get little models for your desk. Christmas ornaments were a fun activity in the past as well. Tree toppers, things like that. So yeah, I think it's a kind of a fun thing to have at home and play around with. And for me, is also related to my job.
Especially during a pandemic when you're stuck.
Yeah.
How long has NASA been using 3D printing?
Yeah, so we've had an additive manufacturing lab at NASA Marshall, I think for over 20 years. So they started working with 3D printing really early when it was just kind of in the laboratory exploration phase. And we're really looking at 3D printing for space very early on as well. There was a NASA flight of a 3D printer. I would have to look back, but probably about 15 years ago. And then Maiden Space came along and they did lots and lots of parabolic flights on the Vomit Comet to look at how different 3D printers operated and figure out how to kind of optimize this for microgravity. But we have a very large lab at Marshall and do a lot of work too, as I mentioned, with metal 3D printing for rocket engine applications. So how do we use these processes to enable complex geometric designs, internal flow passages, really change the entire way that we manufacture rocket engines. And so NASA Marshall has done a lot of work on that and transitioned some of that expertise out to commercial companies who also use 3D printing for propulsion or rocket engine applications.
I actually saw someplace, I think in Africa, where they had this giant 3D printer that used local dirt, scooped it all up, went through the machine, and it scored it out and made shelters and homes for people. And
yeah,
you could kind of pack that up, send it to Mars on its own, let it build you a shelter before you even got there. Pretty cool.
Yeah, so I mentioned the Centennial Challenge. So that was what that was really geared toward, is looking at these 3D printing technologies for construction that are really a rapidly emerging sector here on Earth. And how would we take that and adapt it for space exploration? How would we have precursor missions that could build launch pads or landing pads rather, and habitats in advance of the arrival of crew and use like local indigenous resources. For Centennial Challenges, we focused on kind of polymer materials, but then also the regolith or kind of the rock-based materials that you might find on a planetary surface. And now have, as I mentioned, there's multiple projects with companies and universities who are in the Centennial Challenges program. The one at Marshall is called Impact. It's Moon to Mars autonomous construction technology, and it's with the company Icon out of Austin. And so they've done a lot of 3D printing work on homes. They built a community for the homeless in Austin. Have done some like kind of disaster response work that's intended to be kind of disaster response related in other countries too. So yeah, it's an incredible technology for Earth, and so always thinking about how we also use that on space missions.
Oh, here's a question from Elena. Do you only use 3D and not 2D?
Let's see. So yeah, we primarily do 3D printing across our materials and processes laboratory at NASA Marshall, but we also still do use, conventional manufacturing techniques like milling and cutting as well. So those are very tried and true and well understood. And additive manufacturing is more of the kind of emerging manufacturing process, but it enables a lot of design freedom for designers. There are things that you can make with 3D printing processes, like some of these engine components that have very complex internal flow passages that you couldn't make with conventional printing. And then also it's just about being able to have a part much quicker and available to test. I know there were some rocket engine components that might require like a 6-month lead time, and so you could have that printed with one of the powder-based metal printers within a week, have that on a test stand exploring its performance. So it's been certainly an incredible capability for the propulsion community.
Hey, here's a question from Benjamin, which was a question I had because it's a very frustrating thing for me. What do you do to wait for the stuff to 3D print?
That's a good question. Yeah, so print times can certainly vary, and different processes have different deposition rates. So one of the processes that we were sharing in this presentation was that wire arc additive manufacturing process, which is actually a welding derived process. It's very similar to MIG welding. So that process has a very, very high deposition rate, and that's one of the strengths of that process. But then there are other processes that enable a better resolution in the as printed parts. You don't have to do as much post-process machining, but those processes may be slower. You may be kind of growing a mushroom if you want to think of it layer by layer with some other processes. So it's really a trade, in build rates and resolution across the board, and selecting a process that is best, for your particular application and constraint. But yeah, it depends. You can find your ways to spend your time while you're waiting for something to come off the printer.
I think a good non-technical answer would be you go play with your rescue puppy Laka.
Yeah, especially at home. Yeah.
Here's another question. What do you love most about your job? Yeah.
So I said it, in the last slide, but I honestly feel like I grew up just kind of loving science fiction. I love Star Trek as a kid, and Star Wars as do most people, I think. And so I kind of feel like, some of my job is making science fiction real, right? I tell people that our project is sort of like trying to make the replicator on Star Trek a reality. So I really enjoy that. I can't believe that I actually have a job where I get to sit in discussions every day about moon bases and Mars transit vehicles and just these kind of far out things. It's kind of like all my childhood dreams came true in some ways.
You took that dream and you went to school and got a PhD, and that's amazing. So you
that will get you through the PhD. Like the PhD is hard, but you just got to think of the outcomes and the things you'll get to do.
Here's another question. What would astronauts want to print on space missions? Have you had any unusual requests?
So yeah, that's an interesting question about what kind of the crew needs are. One interesting request, when we flew the first printer in 2014 with Main Space, the astronaut who operated that system was Butch Wilmore on Space Station. He was the Space Station commander. And he asked for a back scratcher because I think the air was really dry, and he just thought that would be a good thing to 3D print. But I think the most exciting thing is that you might be able to 3D print something you didn't plan for or even anticipate needing. It's the kind of capability that enables that.
Of all the things to make, a back scratcher. Hey, we have one more question for you. What's the coolest thing you've ever 3D printed?
So I think the coolest thing, so I got to be a part of NASA's 3D printed habitat challenge, was part of the team, who formulated that challenge and really administered and ran it for 4 years. And I think in 2019, I showed some images of it in this chart presentation when we were at Caterpillar's demonstration facility in Peoria, Illinois, and these teams had brought their really large scale 3D printers, and they had 30 hours to print, the habitat that they had designed. Just seeing that come together and seeing the ways in which we had pushed technology through this competition in terms of new material formulations, in terms of automation of the process, right? Pushing teams not to automate their process. We punish them sort of for physical and remote interventions. Just seeing this become real and take shape, and it struck me as this is something that is very important, not just for Earth as well. So I felt like that competition was really one of the most meaningful things I've been a part of.
And science and engineering can be fun.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, when you're living your dream. I love the name of your puppy. I just got a rescue puppy myself, and we named her Amelia after Amelia Earhart. So.
Oh yeah.
But we have to call her Millie because it's one syllable, and when you're yelling at the puppy doing things they're not supposed to do, it's easier to yell. Syllable name, so we call her Millie. Tracy Prater from NASA, thank you very much, and we really appreciated you sharing your life's work with us.
Okay, thank you so much. I enjoyed this as well. Okay, bye everyone.
Bye. Hey, hey, did you know that the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum offers virtual programs for groups with students in grades K through 12? Learning pods, homeschool groups, after-school programs, groups of all ages, and more. All programs are tailored to a specific grade level and can be modified for groups that include students with disabilities. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register. Coming up in about 15 minutes at the 1 o'clock hour is going to be the American Society of Civil Engineering with an interactive bridge workshop. But first, I'd like to show off another Intrepid video. This one is about the 4 forces of flight, those forces that affect airplanes flying in our atmosphere. Gravity, lift, and thrust and drag. So let's roll the video. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, and welcome to the Intrepid Museum Space Shuttle Pavilion. Let's talk about the 4 forces of flight. The first force of flight that we're going to talk about is thrust. Thrust is the force that propels your vehicle in its desired directions. For an airplane, it's forward, but for a rocket, that's also up. Propellers, jet engines, rocket engines, that's how we get thrust. Now, to illustrate thrust, we have a little experiment set up here. I have a balloon that's attached to a string. The balloon's inflated. When I let go of the balloon, the air that's inside is going to be forced out the back end of the balloon. That's going to be our action. Now, there was a pretty bright guy named Isaac Newton who said that for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Well, the action is the air coming out the back. Let's see what the reaction is going to be. And that's thrust. Our next force of flight is gravity. It's the force that airplanes and rockets need to overcome if they want to take flight. And what better way to demonstrate it than with a good old apple? So, if I have this apple here and let it go, it's going to fall down to the floor because of gravity. The Earth wants to pull this apple right into its center. Now, if there were no gravity, and I let go of this apple here, it would just stay there. If I pushed it, it would just go floating off in that direction until it bumped into something. But because of gravity, when I do let go of this apple, it goes right down to the ground. What goes up must come down. I'm holding in my hand right now a portion of a wing. Take a look at its shape. This is called an airfoil. This shape allows airplanes and space shuttles to generate our next force of flight, lift. As an airplane moves forward through the air, some of the air that it's going through goes over the wing, some of the air goes under the wing. Now, the air that goes over the wing cannot push down as hard as the air that's moving underneath the wing can push up. So you have lower pressure on the top of the wing, greater pressure on the bottom of the wing, and that generates lift and lets airplanes fly. Space shuttles don't use lift to fly higher in the sky. They use lift to slow down their descent so that they can land on a runway like an airplane. And the Enterprise, the orbiter that's right behind me, was the first space shuttle orbiter to land on a runway like an airplane. Our final force of flight is drag. Thrust is trying to move you forward. Drag is trying to push you back. And it's generated by air and your surface area. And it's how space shuttles, space capsules, and airplanes come home safely. They use that drag to slow down so they can have a nice soft landing. Now, they use it in a variety of ways, but my favorite way to illustrate drag is through a parachute. Let's see how drag is going to get our little astronauts home safely. And that's drag, doing its thing to get our astronauts and pilots home safely. And there you have it, the 4 forces of flight and how they relate to air travel and space travel.
Okay, so coming up at the 1 o'clock hour, straight up 1 o'clock, be prompt. It's going to be the American Society of Civil Engineers and their interactive bridge workshop. I'll see you at 1. I'm going to grab a snack. Hey, it's 1 o'clock. I hope you're enjoying the programming so far. We've learned a lot of neat things today, and we're far from over today. Um, we're going to be starting our next program right now. Please welcome Matthew from the American Society of Civil Engineering.
Hi, Eric.
Welcome
Thank you. Can you hear
aboard.
me okay?
Yeah, you sound great. See you
Great.
on the other
Thanks for having
side.
me. All right. I will. Can you share my screen, or do I do that on my end? Oh, I see. Here it is. Okay. Hopefully everyone can see this. All right. Thank you for having me. Like Eric said, my name is Matthew Keish, and I am a bridge engineer with the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is a professional society with the goal of advancing the profession of civil engineering. Now, bridge engineering is just one small part of the larger umbrella of civil engineering. There are many other disciplines or jobs that fall under this category, but today I'm going to focus specifically on bridge engineering. Now, before I jump into the presentation, I want to remind everybody that the second half of the presentation is a demonstration that requires a couple of materials. So if you'd like to participate, please try to gather some index cards or some other type of heavy construction paper, as well as tape. But if you don't have this or you don't want to participate, that's fine. You can watch me. Let's start by introducing you to some of the basic components of a bridge. When you think of a bridge, you probably think of it crossing something or spanning. So the span is by definition something that connects between two supports. It's an unsupported length. So in the picture on your screen, the span is being supported by two towers on either end of the span. Now, these towers or substructures are the main support for the bridge. Now, this bridge also has cables. There's the main draping cable that you see connecting between the two towers, as well as the vertical hanging cables between the larger draping cable and the superstructure, which is the horizontal portion that you see on the screen that goes from one end of the crossing to the other. The superstructure is where the vehicles drive, or the trains or the pedestrians, whatever this bridge is carrying, it's carried directly by the superstructure. So the scale of this picture is so small that you can't even see the vehicles on this particular bridge. Now, at the bottom of each of the towers is the foundation. You can't see it in this picture because it's below the water line, but it is a very substantial and significant portion of the bridge because all of the load on the bridge ultimately goes into the foundation and into the ground or the earth. Okay, we've introduced some of the basic components of a bridge. Now let's talk about some of the loads that we have to design for. There's many different types of loads, but I want to focus on two of the more significant types today. The first being the live load. Now the live load, depending on the type of bridge that we're designing, would be a truck or vehicles, but we also design railroad bridges. So we have to design for the load of the train. And we also design pedestrian bridges. So we would account for people or bicycles on the bridge. Now we call it a live load because the load is moving. So we have to think about the load at different points along the bridge because it might have a different impact on the structure, and we might need to design slightly different depending on where the live load is located. Now, the opposite of a live load would be a dead load. So this would be the weight of the structure. Because of gravity, the structure has weight to it, and because of gravity, it's being pulled back down to the earth, and we need to support that load of the structure. On a longer span bridge, the dead load can be roughly 70 to 75% of the load we design for, whereas the live load might only be 30 to 25%. So the dead load is a very significant portion that we have to think about. This is a cool 3D picture of a bridge showing all of the different components here. And you can see that that foundation there below the ground that I was trying to explain earlier is a very significant portion. Okay, those were the loads. We've got live load and dead load. Now, those loads cause forces on our bridge, and we've got to design for those forces. There's many different types of forces to consider, and I'll go over a couple of them here. The first one is compression. So hopefully everybody can see me here. I've got a little styrofoam beam, and if I push on each end of the beam, I'm compressing the fibers of the beam, or I'm pushing them closer together. And notice the red arrows. I used a color code here that will come into play a little bit later. Red is representing compression. Now the opposite of compression, excuse me, is tension. So if I take my beam and I try to pull it apart or stretch those fibers out, and putting the member in tension. I've also shown a cable on this slide because cables can resist tension. I didn't include it on the compression slide because cables cannot resist compression. So if I take a little phone charger here actually, and I pull on it, it can resist that tension force. It's taut and it can resist the force. But if I push on it to try to compress it, it can't resist me pushing it. It can't fight back against that pushing force. So cables are always in tension if we use them on a bridge, but a beam, like I've shown, could resist both tension and compression. So we've got compression in red arrows, tension with blue arrows. Okay, the third type of force is a bending force. So I've got a truck on the span between two supports. The supports in this picture are represented by the triangles on each end of the bridge. The truck is in the middle of the span, and it's on the supporting member, the beam, and it causes a bending on the girder. So these are three forces: tension, compression, bending, that are caused by load being applied to a member, and it's what we ultimately design the bridge for. Let's take a look at some of the different bridge types that we design. This is the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco, maybe the most iconic piece of infrastructure we have in our country, and it is a suspension bridge. A suspension bridge is kind of defined, or a significant characteristic of a suspension bridge is the main draping cable that you see connecting the two towers and ultimately is anchored to the ground on either end. The draping cables have the vertical hanging cable connected to it and connected down to the superstructure. So I've drawn blue arrows there showing that the vertical hanging cables are in tension. They are holding the superstructure up or pulling up on the superstructure and connected to that main draping cable, which is spanning between the towers and is also in tension. And from the main draping cable, the load goes into the tower, where I've shown the red arrows because the tower is in compression. And from there, the load will go down into the foundation below ground. Now, this type of bridge has the ability to span longer than any other type of bridge we design. Currently, the world record for span length, which again is the distance between those two towers, is almost 1.25 miles long, or about 22 football fields. This bridge is in Japan, but there's actually a bridge currently under construction in Turkey that's going to slightly exceed that 1.25 mile limit. So it's an extremely long span between the towers. The next type of bridge is a cable-stayed bridge. This looks kind of similar to the suspension bridge. They both have cables, right? But you don't notice, or there is no draping cable between the two towers that get anchored into the ground. There's only cables, straight cables, that connect directly between the tower and the deck. But it's a similar principle. The cables are in tension. They're supporting or pulling up, holding up the superstructure and taking the load into the towers and ultimately into the ground. So of course the cables are in tension because they can't resist compression, and taking that load into the tower, and the tower is in compression, taking the load into the ground. This structure type can't span quite as far as the suspension bridge, but can still give you an impressive span of roughly 3,000 feet is the record holder right now. And here's a picture of the Brooklyn Bridge, which is a bridge in New York City that allows you to cross between Manhattan and Brooklyn. And this is a hybrid between the suspension bridge and the cable stayed. So you notice the main draping cable on top between the towers, but if you look closely, there are also straight cables, diagonal cables between the superstructure and that tower. So it's a hybrid between the two. Here's a truss bridge. This was a popular bridge to design and build in the early and mid 1900s. We don't design a lot of them today, but we do have to fix them and rehab them. You'll notice one particular shape in this truss, and really all trusses, it's the triangle. And a little bit later in our demonstration, you'll hopefully understand why the triangle is so strong and why we use it so frequently in bridge design. This is an arch bridge. So arches have been around for a very long time. They were the first type of bridge ever designed and built, actually over 3,000 years ago. So they've been around a long time, and we still design and build variations of the arch today. So arches take load and compression. So imagine a vehicle up on the top of the arch, and there's load from the vehicle going down into those vertical columns and into the arch, and ultimately that load goes into the very strong rock on either side of the arch. Here's another type of arch. This is called a tied arch, and you'll notice one significant difference between this type of arch and the arch on the previous page. Here, the arch has nothing connecting the bottom portion, right? I think the part you see below the arch is maybe something to catch falling debris off of the bridge, but there's nothing connecting the bottom. The bottoms are anchored into that strong rock. But on the tied arch, you'll see there is this tie at the bottom. And I've got a little demonstration here to hopefully show you why we need that. Okay, so if I've got an arch here and I apply a load to it, what do you notice happens? The bottoms want to push out. Well, in the first example, there's rock here on either side. So if I put my tape here representing the very strong rock and I try to apply a load to it, now the bottoms can't thrust outward. And then in the second example I showed you of the tied arch, looks like this. I've added a tie at the bottom. I no longer need the tape or the rock here to prevent the bottoms from pushing out because the tie is holding them together. So that is the main difference between those two different types of arches. And again, I've got the red arrows there showing you that the arch is in tension. The cables are again tied to the superstructure and and they're in tension pulling up on that superstructure. And then this tie down at the bottom that's preventing the bottom of the arch from thrusting outward is in tension, preventing that thrust from happening. This is a covered bridge. This type of bridge is typically a little older. It probably, it's not that wide typically, so it would probably only carry maybe one lane of traffic, or maybe not even a vehicle, but more of a pedestrian bridge. So it would carry people or bikes, or maybe even a horse and buggy at one point. But it's a covered bridge because it needs to be covered in order to protect the portion of the bridge that carries the load. So these types of bridges are typically made out of wood, and wood does not hold up very well under the elements. So when it rains, we need to protect the bridge with this roof, just the same way we do with our house. So when the water falls on the roof, it falls off the side of the bridge, and we keep the bridge protected so it can last longer. And here's a movable bridge. So right now you can picture it, it's in the up position, right? Because this vessel needed to pass underneath it, and probably shortly it will close back down. So this type of movable bridge is called a bascule bridge. And it's a twin leaf because there's a leaf on each side. Sometimes there's only one leaf that is longer and can span from one side of the river to the other. But right now it's up, it'll close to allow the vehicles to cross, and then when the next boat or ship wants to go underneath, it'll raise back up. Now another type of movable bridge would be called a lift bridge, where rather than angling up like this, it just lifts vertically up and down to allow the ships to pass. Now you can't see it in this picture, but in the bottom of the bridge down here, where the bridge hinges in order to go up and down, there are mechanical systems. There are motors and gears to allow the bridge to move. So it's a little bit more complex than some of the other types of bridges because it needs to be able to move. And here's an overpass. This is something I'm sure we've all driven on before, but it has the one major difference from this type of bridge to the other ones we were looking at is what the bridge is crossing, right? It's crossing a roadway. The other examples of the other bridge types we were looking at, they were all crossing water, or in the case of the one arch, it was crossing a deep valley, something that wasn't traversable without a bridge. But the reason we do this, the reason we have one bridge crossing over a roadway at a different elevation, there's really two main reasons. And one is to allow the traffic to continue to flow without having to stop. Because if they were at the same elevation, we would have to put a stop sign or a stop light to keep the traffic safe and not colliding with each other. Well, that slows everybody down a little bit, right? The other issue, intersections with stop signs and stop lights tend to be a location, they tend to be dangerous. A lot of accidents happen at intersections. So if we can put the two roadways at different elevations, it allows the traffic to flow more freely and makes for a safer way to cross a different direction of traffic. And here's a very exaggerated example of that interchange or of an intersection where we have many roads coming together. These are often in a very urban area or a city where we have a lot of interstates and highways coming together because people want to get to the city and then they want to disperse and go in different directions. So we bring all of these roads together and then allow the driver to choose which direction they want to travel from here. So if you look closely, you'll see many different levels of bridge, not just two like we saw in the previous example, but looks like there's maybe 4 or even 5 different levels here. So there's just bridges on top of each other. And lastly, before we open it up to questions and a little demonstration, I've got a couple of links here if you're interested in bridge design or even building design, which is another form of structural engineering. You could visit one of these links for some other demonstrations or learning material. I think we can open it up for a couple of questions if we want before I start the demonstration, or I can get going on the demonstration and answer questions while we do that. Do we have any questions yet?
For you, Matt. Yeah.
Okay.
How did you decide to become a bridge engineer?
That's a good question. Really, just seeing a long span bridge. Originally, I wasn't sure if I wanted to be a bridge engineer or maybe a building engineer, which, as I just said, they're both forms of structural engineering. They're both structures. So I always had a fascination with skyscrapers and long span bridges, and so I knew I wanted to do structural engineering. And then whenever I got into college, I had a couple of internships where I was inspecting the construction of bridges. And that's really what drove my interest in specifically bridge engineering and really what sparked my career in bridges.
Must be very a lot of satisfaction in visualizing something, designing it, creating it, and then seeing it built in 3 dimensions. Must be amazing.
Yes.
This is a question from Lon's Reading Channel. Is the movable bridge and the drawbridge the same thing?
Yes. Yep. The drawbridge is just one type of movable bridge, but yes, that is correct.
When I was a kid, we had a bridge that would spin so the ships could go through.
Yep.
The spinning bridge. That was fascinating.
That's another type. Yep.
Where is the white cable bridge located?
Okay, so that was this one. And that's actually a kind of a trick question because it's actually not built yet. This is a bridge currently being designed that will ultimately connect the United States with Canada. It's going to cross between Detroit, Michigan and Windsor, Canada. So this picture that you see, this bridge is actually not currently there. This is a rendering and it's under design.
Very beautiful.
Yes, it'll be a great structure.
Okay, got another question popped up. What were some of your favorite projects?
Well, these aren't built yet either. I recently moved to New York City and I've had the company I work for, our main hub for bridge design is located here in New York City. So I've been exposed to a lot of great projects since moving here. And one of them is a tight arch bridge down in Dallas, Texas. That will be a pedestrian bridge. And I'm also working on a project in Utah right now that has some pretty long span curved steel plate girder bridges, which is a type of bridge we didn't talk about. But there was also one other project in my home state of Indiana that it's been built and it's close to my hometown. So it's a bridge type that a lot of my family will get to see when they drive to the capital in Indianapolis.
What is it spanning, a river?
It's spanning another roadway.
Oh, the roadway. Well, it's kind of a thing of pride to have something in your hometown that you designed and all your friends and family get to drive over it and under it. That's cool.
All right. Yep. Okay. Well, I think I'll jump into the present or the demonstration, and if we get any more,
I'm going to jump off so that you have a full screen.
Okay. All right. I've got the demonstration set up over here, so I'm going to move my laptop. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to design a little bridge using the index cards and tape. Now I've set up a little span here with some books, roughly, 8-10 inches, a foot roughly, to give our bridge something to span over. But first, I'll explain to you, I mentioned that the triangle is a very strong shape and a shape we use in bridge design quite often. So I've got a triangle here. I already showed you the arch, and then I have a square here as well. So the point of this demonstration is to really prove why the triangle is a stronger shape. So, I mean, you can see with the square, I really can't even hold it up. I don't even need to apply a force for it to want to fall to the side. Whereas the triangle stands by itself. Yeah, I can apply a load and kind of get the index card to buckle a little bit, but it's somewhat sturdy. And really the reason for that is due to a unique geometric characteristic of the triangle, which is you cannot change the shape of the triangle without changing the length of one of its sides. And the same cannot be said for the square. So obviously I can't even hold this up. So it's changing shape. It's changing from a square into a parallelogram or a rhombus, but the sides are not changing length. Well, you can't do that with a triangle. If I wanted to actually change the shape of this triangle, one of the three sides would have to change length, and that would require breaking one of the members. So it's really that feature that makes the triangle so strong. Okay. So the point here, what we plan to do is to try to build a bridge that will span between the two books. So I've got one triangle here. I've actually made another one, and it's just connected with tape on the corners. But we need to make a few more in order to actually span between the books. So I'm going to take my cards here and try to make a few more triangles. So bear with me while I do this. In case this takes too long, I do have a couple of different bridge types already made. So if we start running short on time, I can use those and explain a few concepts to you. But I'm planning to make a truss bridge here, like we saw in the picture with these triangles. You could choose to try to make an arch bridge, or I guess if you really wanted to get creative and have time, you could try to even support the superstructure with some sort of cable system, like the suspension bridge and the cable stayed bridge. Okay. I think once I finish this one, we can start assembling the triangles, and then hopefully you'll see it start resembling a truss. All right, I've got 5 triangles here. Now, whenever I assemble the triangle, I put the tape on each corner of the triangle, and I'm going to bring them together inverted like this, so they fit together, and I'll put a piece of tape just where they come together here at the top and bottom. And I'm only using one index card per side. You can imagine what might happen if I chose to use multiple index cards and tape them together. It's going to produce a stronger structure if you tape them at the right locations. Okay, last one. And what you're going to see here is, okay, I've got a truss, right? 5 triangles, and I span the gap here, and it stands. It supports its own self weight, which is good. We couldn't say the same about the square that I showed you earlier, so this is progress. But it's a very basic truss, right? It's 5 uniform triangles, and with a relatively weak material in a paper index card. So I've got a vehicle here, a little styrofoam truck. If you have some sort of toy car or any sort of light material, can serve as your vehicle. But I put the load on top, and it doesn't do too well, right? It looks like, so one thing about a truss is each particular member is either in tension or compression. That third force that I showed you, the bending, does not apply in a truss. That's not a type of force that we have to concern ourselves with for a truss. It's either tension or compression. So if we look here, the bottom is kind of bending a little bit, but it's really in tension. The card is kind of trying to be pulled apart. And at the top here, these 2 cards are in compression. And you can kind of see this one buckling a little bit as I push down it bows upwards like that. And that's a form of buckling when you push on either end, and the force causes the out of plane stiffness to decrease and it buckles. So one solution could be to provide, to put more cards and make each member 2 cards or 3 cards thick. It's the same observation that if I take an index card and I apply a force, see, it buckles. I can't apply much force. But if I take all of the index cards, put them together, and then try to push down, I can push much harder before it eventually buckles. And it's the same concept here, as long as you tape each member together. So, you know, I kind of tried to do that on my own, and I added index cards at some of the members, and then added some additional members to try and make this truss a little sturdier or a little stronger. So I added these vertical members here. I've got a vertical member in each triangle, and I even added these shorter members down here in the corner. But you'll want to stick with the same theme of the triangle. So when you add a member, make sure you're not introducing some strange shape like a square. You want to stick with the triangles because that is what will give your bridge the most strength. So now if I try to apply the load, it stands. It's not a thing of beauty. You can still see that the top is kind of wanting to buckle here a little bit, but I've got these vertical supports in the middle that are helping change the way it buckles, but that they help. And then the fact that I've doubled a lot of these members up helps as well. So the other thing I've got here, I've got an arch that I made, just a bigger version of this little guy. And I've already doubled up the index cards. So there are 2, each member is 2 thin index cards thick. And it stands by itself the same way our first truss did. But if I try to put a load or a live load on it, it doesn't work. It's unable to support it. And really, you know, like I explained earlier, the bottom part is a tension tie. So it's preventing the bottom part of the arch from wanting to pull out, which is good. But I have the whole length of it is unsupported, right? And the one example of a tied arch, there were the vertical cables that connected the top of the arch and the bottom here, this tie. So what if we tried to do something like that? Maybe we could try tape. I mean, tape is kind of the same thing as a cable. It can resist tension, right? If I take my tape and try to pull it, it can resist that tension force. It can't resist the compression. So what if I tried to treat the tape kind of like the cables in that network tied arch example that I showed you? So you'll want to make sure that you apply the tape kind of evenly. Otherwise, you want the load distributed evenly between all 4 pieces of tape. So it's kind of hard to see, but right now I've only put 4 pieces on down there, down close to the bottom of the arch. But let's see if that is enough to help support the load. So it helped. It's now supporting it. It's sagging quite a bit, which we wouldn't want on a real bridge, but it supports it. So let's try adding more cables here in the middle. You can do the same type of demonstration with materials other than index cards and tape, or you could use stronger tape, or you could add more index cards. You can try different things to be able to span farther or carry a heavier load. Okay, so I've added the tape here more towards the middle of the arch. Let's see if that makes much of a difference. So it's not sagging near as much. You can still kind of see in this area, which is the longest unsupported distance between my 2 pieces of tape, it kind of wants to buckle and bow upwards like that. So if I pull it off, see it goes back to its undeformed shape when I apply the load. Again, because the arch is in compression, it wants to buckle. All right, let's do one more. Let's do one more piece of tape in the middle. Be careful not to get your vehicle caught on it. So, all right, much stronger, right? It's barely deforming, carrying the load pretty easily. I've actually got another live load here. We'll see if it can support a little bit more load. Seems to be doing a pretty good job, right? I actually, the bottom of the arch here is not doubled up with index cards, so you actually do see it bowing a little bit down here. But I could even extend the span a little bit, and it still supports. So the cables connecting the arch and the superstructure make it much stronger because it's reducing the effective span of the superstructure. So that's really the end of the demonstration. Are there any more questions, or would anybody like to see anything else?
Yeah, there's some questions popping up. What were some of your favorite classes as a student?
Well, in middle school and high school, I enjoyed physics and math. Those were my strongest subjects, and maybe because of that, they were what I enjoyed the most. But really, I enjoyed physics, and seeing kind of demonstrations like this, which really prove some of the theory that you learn in the class.
Got another question here. What is the most difficult bridge to build? What a great question.
Yeah, that's a challenging one. I'll start by which ones are really considered. I wouldn't say any of them are easy. They all have their challenges, but one of the advantages of the cable stayed option and also the suspension option is that you can build those main towers, put your cables on, whether it's a suspension bridge that has cables between the towers, or it's the cable stayed with the diagonal direct cable from the tower to the superstructures. Once you have those cables on, you can start hanging pieces of the superstructure from those cables, which makes it very efficient to build and allows you to stay out of the water. Assuming you're spanning water, you can erect directly from those cables. There's one bridge type that we didn't really get a chance to talk about, which is a steel girder, which it can be rather difficult to erect because there's many different pieces to it, and you've got to get it. It's kind of like a little jigsaw puzzle. It's got to fit together exactly, and you can imagine whenever your girder is up to 10 feet deep or even deeper, and it's being hung by a crane, and it's maybe moving in the wind a little bit, and then you've got to get another member that ties into it with a bolt that's an inch in diameter. I'm not envious of the contractors who have to build those.
I think we have one more question. This is the last one. Do you have any advice for prospective bridge engineers? That's a great question. I think we have a prospective bridge engineer out there. Any advice?
That's great. Yeah, I think there's a lot of resources, much more than whenever I was younger. I know STEM is very popular now, so there's many different ways to get involved, whether it's through your school or extracurriculars like this with the Intrepid. There's many ways to learn more about bridge engineering. So if you're in middle school or high school, I would suggest you take advantage of those STEM opportunities, and then look when you go to college, look for a college that has a strong civil engineering and bridge engineering curriculum to allow you to learn the most and get a good job when you graduate.
When you were in school, did you do any hands-on real projects while you were studying?
Yeah, I would call it like a scale up slightly from what I try to demonstrate here. But yeah, we had labs. So many of our courses, in addition to learning the theory from the textbook, you would go into the lab and learn the more practical approach. And some of the larger institutions, typically the public institutions or colleges, will have a large scale testing lab where if that's something you're interested in, you can go there and test large scale members, full size steel and concrete beams, and crush them and bend them and watch how they behave under real live load.
Oh, fascinating stuff. Well, I just want to thank you very much for joining us for Kids Week. And, Matthew from the American Society of Civil Engineers, thank you very much for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Wow. Now I want to build a bridge. Hey, did you know that scouts can virtually work towards the completion of badges with the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum's Badge Advancement Mentors? Badge programs include signs, signals, and codes, the aviation badge, of course, and the Citizenship in the Nation badge. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/groups for more information, and you can also register there for the next program. Up next at the 2 p.m. hour, a reading from Rube Goldberg's Simple, Normal, Humdrum School Day with author Jennifer George, who just happens to be Rube Goldberg's granddaughter. Illustrations by Ed Steckley. Ed Steckley will be joining her in the program. But first, I'd like to show you a short behind-the-scenes video from the Intrepid Museum on the Soyuz space capsule, something that Franz talked about earlier. Former astronaut Mike Massimino is going to join us again, and we'll discuss the history of the Soyuz TMA-6 on display right underneath the Space Shuttle Enterprise at the Intrepid Museum. So let's roll the video. I'll see you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Mike Massimino. I'm a former astronaut and currently an advisor here at the Intrepid Museum. And today I want to show you something very special, an object you can only find in a few places in the Western Hemisphere, a Russian Soyuz spacecraft that has actually been to space. The Soyuz spacecraft design dates back to the 1960s and was originally designed to go to the moon, but it never made it. Instead, it has flown consistently to space stations in low Earth orbit for decades. It can accommodate 3 people that lay on their backs with their knees bent and their feet in footrests. In front of them is the display and control panel. The first successful piloted flight of Soyuz was in 1968. Modified versions of the design continue to fly today. There have been over 100 launches of crewed Soyuz spacecraft to date. The spacecraft displayed here is Soyuz TMA-6, launched into space on April 15, 2005. One of the people on board was a private citizen, American engineer and entrepreneur, and my good friend, Greg Olson. Greg was the 3rd private citizen to orbit Earth on the International Space Station, but he wasn't just along for the ride. He had to train for the flight and learn all the emergency procedures, just like every other cosmonaut and astronaut. The Russian Soyuz spacecraft and the American Space Shuttle both carried crew to and from the International Space Station. However, their designs were very different. Soyuz carries a maximum crew of 3. The typical Space Shuttle crew was 7. A crewed Soyuz can carry only a small cargo, unlike the Space Shuttle, which could carry a payload of up to 65,000 pounds. And unlike the Space Shuttle that I flew into orbit, nothing on the Soyuz is reusable. The Soyuz has 3 basic parts: the orbital module, which crew members can occupy while in orbit before docking to the space station. And it's discarded and burns up in the atmosphere when the crew returns home. The service module contains control thrusters, power supply, temperature control system, and communication equipment. This is also discarded and destroyed in the atmosphere when the crew returns home. The only part that returns to Earth is the descent and re-entry module. The crew members sit in this bell-like spacecraft for launch, re-entry, and landing. Soyuz TMA-6 is on loan from my good friend and fellow space flyer, Greg Olson. We are grateful for his generous support of this exhibit, and I personally am very grateful for his friendship. For more behind-the-scenes videos, visit intrepidmuseum.org.
Okay, when you come visit Intrepid, you got to see the Soyuz, and you'll see that it really was in space, and it's all burnt on the outside from its reentry. It's really a cool thing to see. So just a few minutes. We've got about 10 minutes. So see you at 2 o'clock for Rube Goldberg. Hey, welcome back, everybody. It's 2 o'clock, and it's time for Rube Goldberg. I'd like you to please welcome author Jennifer George and illustrator Ed Steck. Hey, guys. How are you?
Hi, everybody.
Welcome to the Intrepid Kids Week. Have fun.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hello, Ed Steckley. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm hanging in there on this snowy day.
Yeah, it just stopped snowing here.
Well, it's just starting here.
Oh, lovely. Enjoy that. I'll come up and I'll help you shovel.
Thanks. So
we
have we started? Are we live?
So Jennifer, I think why don't
you are live? Go ahead and begin.
Okay, good. So here I am. I am actually the legacy director of Rube Goldberg Inc. And that's sort of a fancy way of saying that I'm Rube's granddaughter. And we're going to kick this off with kind of a sizzle reel, little fun introductory film that explains what a Rube Goldberg machine is. And you'll see and hear my grandfather talk as well. Then we're going to come back and we're going to read a little from our book, meaning Ed Steckley, who's over there, and my book called Rube Goldberg's Simple, Normal, Humdrum School Day. So let's start.
Rube, just how would you define a Rube Goldberg invention?
Well, I've been called the father of automation. It's one thing after another. I mean, that's really the thing, and it's an illogical bunch of things which are put in a logical sequence.
Rube Goldberg.
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 I made a Rube Goldberg machine.
A Rube Goldberg machine, it's an intentionally delightful waste of time and energy.
Here's a typical example of what I mean.
Ten to 20 failures and 2 successes. And that's my hypothesis.
The internet, and YouTube in particular, has given a whole new life to Rube Goldberg.
Watch close. How does this work? It's very simple.
Oh, and there it goes.
I suppose there are 1 or 2 among you who think that my inventions are a bit ahead of their time. All right, go on and say it. Downright screwy.
Rube Goldberg doing something simple in a very complicated way that is not necessary. It's a goofy, gadgety, glorious sight to behold.
This bill is a bit of a Rube Goldberg contraption. Sloppy staff work right from the beginning, especially on this bill.
And this is the world's slowest Rube Goldberg.
I build Rube Goldberg machines.
Oh, no kidding.
I love it. You actually know what it is. I'm pretty surprised.
Absolutely.
Wait, is that a Rube Goldberg machine? Who built it?
Me. I made my hand, but I'm upside down, so I can't really help.
Long, long after you and I have departed from this earthly scene, this machine of mine will be working on and on and on and on and on and on and on.
Jennifer, how many times have we heard that song?
A lot. It's sort of our theme song. But the
It
funniest thing about watching that video for me is that, you know, my grandfather never built any of the machines that he's known for. He only drew them. And so the fact that we are all building these Rube Goldberg machines, hoping, praying that at the end they work, I think he'd be very amused by. So now we're going to take you to our book and read a few of the invention spreads. And then we're going to come back and Ed's going to show you how he drew them. And we're going to talk a little bit more about Rube Goldberg machines and take some questions. So let's go.
Jennifer, you want to take this one?
Questions now. Okay. How did you and Ed meet and decide to do a book together? Well, Ed, do you want to take that one?
Rube Goldberg, this could go for 45 minutes or 1 minute. I'll try to do something in between. Rube Goldberg was a founding father of the National Cartoonist Society, which is a thing. And the National Cartoonist Society holds a convention every year. And one year they were going to have Rube Goldberg items at their convention. And I met Jennifer when I drove to her house to pick up some Rube Goldberg things. And
well, the thing that's funny is at the Reuben Awards, you went, I mean, it's named after Rube, and he designed the award. And when he was an old man, he was very upset that he had not won a Reuben Award. And my father had to say to him, but Rube, it's named after you. Isn't that enough? And it was like, no, that's not enough.
Right.
So he did win a Reuben Award at the end of his life. And Ed was picking up the Reuben Award to take to the Reubens.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how.
Sounds very convoluted. And that's how we met.
I love that. So we're going to do some questions later.
Well, but how did we decide to do a book together?
How did we decide to do a book together? We were just talking one day, and you were already working on a book, on writing it, and you were looking for an illustrator.
And then
I piped up. I said, Jennifer, I can do that. I work as an illustrator. Everybody who's watching, I have the coolest job in the world. I draw funny pictures for a living. That's all I do. And Jennifer needed someone to draw funny pictures for this Rube Goldberg book. And I went, me. So,
I scratched my head and wondered why I hadn't thought of that sooner. But it's pretty
long
funny.
Story short. And then about 4 years later, the book came out. And we've already finished a second one, which comes out soon. But
and now let's dive into the book.
That's
and then
a
we'll
great
take
idea.
questions after.
You bet. So who has it?
I think.
There it is. It's Jennifer.
With Save with Stories to read to you a book that I wrote about my grandfather, Rube Goldberg, when I imagined what he must have been like as a kid. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard of him or not, but he's known for his crazy contraptions that do a really simple thing in a really complicated way. So there are 15 inventions in this book that we created imagining an average normal school day. How he gets up in the morning, how he makes breakfast for himself, how he gets himself to bed at night. So I'm going to read a couple of them to you. Here is Rube Goldberg's Simple, Normal, Humdrum School Day, written by me, Jennifer George, with illustrations by Ed Steckley. Here is an excellent way to make breakfast. Rube jumps onto cutting board seesaw A. Lemon B catapults and turns on handheld vacuum C, which sucks in dish towel and knocks over bag of flour D, which falls onto bicycle horn E. And a loud honk wakes hen F, who suddenly lays several eggs G. The eggs roll down a ramp and turn on veggie-filled blender H before ending up in the frying pan. The smoothie splatters all over the curtains I, which get heavier and pull down the curtain rod, lowering the helping hand J and pushing down bread into the toaster K. When ready, the toast pops up and slides down the butter-smeared sling chair L, which launches 2 slices of perfectly buttered toast in the air for Rube to catch as he runs out the door. Is that how you make breakfast at your house? Well, here's how we make breakfast here, just like Rube Goldberg. So as you can tell, it's pretty fun having breakfast here in the morning. And now on to another part of Rube's routine. Here's a perfect way to put toothpaste on a toothbrush. Rube lifts faucet handle A, loosening string, which tips measuring cup B, and water spills out of cup onto dry bar of soap C, making it slippery enough to slide down angled shelf and onto funnel D, and then into bucket E, where the weight of the soap makes the bucket drop, pulling down on the towel, which rotates rod F and moves gears G to turn on the shower H, filling the bathtub. As water rises, the beach ball I floats upward, pushing squeegee J, lifting shelf. This causes the books K to fall over, knocking bowling ball L off shelf and onto toothpaste tube M, which squirts out a perfect dollop of paste onto Rube's toothbrush. So that's how Rube Goldberg brushes his teeth. Just remember to brush your teeth, and especially today, let's remember to keep our hands clean. Here's how one little girl in Canada washes her hands just like Rube Goldberg.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear April. Happy birthday to you.
So that's just 2 of the 15 inventions that are in the book. And if Ed, why don't you talk a little bit about, how you came up with the character for Rube and the hardest and maybe easiest part of building these machines on paper?
Oh, if there was an easy part. By the way, all of those machines look very normal to me. I don't see what the big deal is. That's how I wash my hands.
And how you brush your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're the perfect person to draw them.
Yep, I make more of a mess, but that's okay.
That's
Fine.
okay. But how did you how did you start drawing Rube with I notice when you draw him and I watch you start with his glasses.
Yeah, that kind of comes and goes. And I'll show you, I'll draw a couple drawings here in a bit that I can show you. But when I was coming up with the character of Rube Goldberg, I had to think, what does Rube Goldberg look like? And I know what the real Rube Goldberg looked like. He was tall and old, and he had big ears. So I kept the big ears part, and I put glasses on him. And I thought if he had his hair parted in the middle, it would be kind of funny, somewhat timeless, because I didn't want these drawings to look of an era. I wanted them to look somewhat classic, fun, whimsical, but still classic. In these books, there's very few computers. There's very few iPhones. I want things to just be kind of organic and not timely. But the hardest part about doing these is coming up with the machines. Coming up with the character was fun and easy. Coming up with the machines is hard. So what you have to do is think about what a machine's going to do and think of the individual steps. Now that sounds kind of obvious, but what I do is I start at the very end, and I tend to have the machine completed at the very end, and then my computer is talking to me.
Does your computer tell you how to draw the machine?
Yeah, I wish she did. Yeah, my Siri just decided to activate. That was fun. I think my cat pushed it, which is very appropriate for what we're talking about.
It's true. It's funny that you start at the end because I've heard students who build these machines talk about how they figure out the individual transfers of energy, and then they piece them together. So starting at the end or at the beginning doesn't really matter, but how you're going to put the pieces together, it's kind of the fun of it.
As the more of these I do, the better I get at figuring out, trying to think through a machine. But sometimes if I get stuck, what I do is I go outside and I walk around the neighborhood here in New York, and I'll just kind of look at things, and I'll see there's a fire hydrant. What could I do with a fire hydrant? There's a shoe hanging from a tree. I look for things that are funny and out of place, and I'll write them down, and I'll come back and I'll draw those up. I always have a big sketch pad here right next to my drawing board. And by the way, I'm at my drawing station right now, so it's really cool. So I have a swivelly barber chair, and I do all of my sketching on this table here, and then I do a lot of finishing work on this table here. And then I have a computer, and the computer I'm talking on, and I have paints, and I have books, and I have all kinds of stuff around me. So it's very conducive to being creative. So I'll come by and I will just start sketching a shoe with a pipe sticking out of it. And that might end up being on one end of a hinge. And that hinge might bend, and that might kick a bag of frozen peas. And that frozen peas, that might be kicked into a garbage can, and that garbage can might be right next to the cat's bed, and that might wake the cat up, and the cat might just run through a pet door in the door, and it kind of goes like that. And before you know it, once I get into a zone of thinking, and this is writing, they start to come together. Some days it's easier to do this, some days it's harder to do this, but it's
Will you
always
draw
fun.
something for us?
I sure can draw something for you. So how about I'm going to do a screen share, and I'm going to put my super smart glasses on, and I'm going to...
You look very smart in those.
I look very smart. That's why I wear these. It makes people think that I know what I'm doing. So I'm going to do a screen share, and there it is. And let me know if you can see this. You should see a big white square. Okay, now I have a big fancy computer tablet that I sometimes draw on if I choose to. And today I choose to. So I am just going to, this is how I would draw if I'm drawing on paper or if I'm drawing on the computer. It's all the same. A computer doesn't help you draw. A computer is just a tool. So when I draw Rube, for example, I will do a sketch of I just kind of rough it out, and I think about what Rube is going to be doing, and I just do a really light sketch that if you really squint, you might be able to see where I'm going with this. At this point is where I can make changes. I can change things. I can erase. I can do all kinds of stuff. But this is really important because if you like to draw, Jennifer, you know this, if you like to draw, sketching is a big part of it.
Absolutely.
That's where you work out the bugs. And I love drawing Rube's hair. So the very first drawings in the book look something like this. And then what I'll do is I will reduce the opacity of that, and then I might just zoom in a little bit, and I'll do a tighter drawing. So I'm looking at what I have Rube here. I'm going to draw his funny glasses. The reason he has glasses is because when I was Rube's age, I had glasses. And then I didn't have glasses, and now I have glasses again because I'm old. So now I just I follow what I drew. I'm not tracing it. I'm using what I just drew as a guide. And I'm making corrections and revisions as I go. Rube has kind of a football-shaped head, which I think is fun. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It just kind of happened. And Rube, Jennifer, if you remember, this character went through a lot of revisions. He was very different. In the very beginning, he was taller, he was older, he was a bit nerdier, and now he's pretty much your average little boy who likes to invent things. I know there's a lot of those.
Well,
probably some people watching would like to invent things as well.
We should also say that, come this September, we have another really exciting book coming out. It's the first of a series of books. These are chapter books, but with lots of illustrations in them by Ed Steckley also.
I can show you some of those in a bit too. You're going to spoil it.
Yeah, it's really exciting. The drawings are amazing.
I agree.
And what it does is it sort of takes this little character, Rube, and introduces the reader to not just Rube, but all of these other characters that used to be in Rube's cartoons. And
when you say Rube's cartoons, you're talking about your grandfather.
Yes. My grandfather's cartoons.
Sometimes I get confused too.
Me too.
Happens all the time. I like
So that book is called Rube Goldberg and His Amazing Machines. And it should be out this September.
Woohoo! Who drew that one?
Who drew which one?
Who drew that book?
I said it was Ed Steckley.
I know. I like to hear
the
it
man
again.
on the other end of this. So,
Hey.
so I'm wondering, should we take a question or two while you're drawing?
Sure.
Let's take a question.
I'm just going to keep drawing. Does anybody mind?
Keep going. And I'll keep talking. Who
Great.
came up with the inventions in the book? The inventions were it was really a group effort. At first, once the idea for the book came into being, we had a big meeting. It was me and Ed and Charlie Kochman, who's the head of Abrams Comic Arts, the division, and we made a list. We took little Rube through his school day. We made a list of the inventions, the ones at home when he woke up, then the ones at school once he got there, then the ones once he got back home again. So he starts off waking up in bed and he goes to sleep at the end of the day in his same bed. So you see it's the whole day. And then once we figured out the list of the machines, then the hard work started. And to be honest, It was a real labor of love. Lots of revisions.
There's
And
lots of growing pains in that. I had never built a machine before.
And you know, sometimes the machines in the very first draft, they really did not they weren't kind of grounded in engineering principles, because my grandfather's machines, actually, if you had patience enough for the palm tree to grow and you had a cooperative animal or two, the machine might work. But these machines we were definitely off a kilter. And
some
of them. And we got some really good advice from Joseph Herscher, who helped us. And we got the inventions done, and Ed drew them all. And the second book, we figured it out ourselves.
Yep.
Because if you do it enough, you start to learn how to do it.
You have to get into that mindset. If you're going to be inventing machines, you have to take a deep breath and really clear your head. And once you get the hang of it, it becomes a little bit easier. But some days they come better. They come easier than others.
It took a small army of us to do this book, and it took my grandfather, just him designing them, 2 weeks to do an invention drawing. And he said he could do 3 editorial cartoons or political cartoons in
the time it took him to build one machine.
So Gregory is asking, how long did it take to make the book? Ed.
Oh boy, that's a good one.
That's a good one.
When the book,
2 years?
It was pretty much all 2016 for the drawing. The sketches, the laying out and doing the drawing, kind of like what I'm doing now, the sketching, that took about five months, I'm going to say. And then when I got to the final watercolor part, that took another 6 months. So it took almost a year. And before
there
that,
was a year before that we were planning.
That's exactly right. We had to write it and plan it. And once I got to the point where I was ready to draw, my part took about a year, because everything is painted on paper and with watercolor, and it's a pretty involved process. A whole lot of fun. Jennifer, what's another character?
Well, you've got Bertha, who is a doggy that was in my grandfather's cartoons originally. And Bertha is a Siberian cheese hound.
Oh, I love a Siberian cheese hound.
Cheese. By the way, Gregory, thank you for that question. I hope we answered it. Well, who's another? Why don't you draw Boob McNutt?
Okay. I'm going to draw Bertha dreaming about cheese.
Oh,
I often dream about cheese.
Here's another question. Jennifer, does anyone in your family draw cartoons too, like your grandfather? That is a great question, Robin. Actually, my son, when he was in high school and college, in high school he drew cartoons, and then in college he took a cartooning class, and that was the beginning and end of his cartooning career. So, but he did go into sort of sideways the family business. He's a comedy writer. Now, remember, my grandfather, he didn't really care if these machines worked. He cared if he made you laugh. That was his mission. So if you read or look at, any of his cartoons or the inventions in our book, hopefully they will put a smile on your face. And that's what the drawn Rube Goldberg machines are supposed to do. The ones that are actually built in real life, those, if they work, they're supposed to amaze you.
Right. That's a good question.
Is drawing Rube hard? Well, Ed?
Drawing Rube, I don't think it's hard. If I'm drawing Rube for a book, I generally have to keep another drawing of him that I've done kind of close by, so I can look and make sure that he's what they call on model. If you draw an elephant one day and then you draw an elephant 3 days later, that elephant might be a little bit different. But when I'm drawing Rube or Rube's friends, they have to look the same throughout the books. So in
The
that
other
sense,
thing, Ed, you should also tell them, and it never really occurred to me when we started this book. You don't just have to be able to draw them over and over again in different positions. You have to know what they look like from behind and from the side and from a 3/4 view and then full on. It's almost like they have to turn in a circle. They have to do a 360. And you have to be able to do that. And I remember Ed doing 360 drawings of Rube for the book.
I had to draw Rube from the back, from the side, smiling. Look at your face in a mirror when you're talking. You'll see all the different shapes your mouths make. Just go A-E-I-O-U. Your mouth goes into all kinds of funny different shapes. And Rube and his friends are no different. Cartoons do that as well. So I had to kind of learn how to draw that and decide so that every time I draw Rube sneezing, or every time I draw Rube, thinking, that it looks like it carries throughout the whole Rube Goldberg experience. That's a big word. I'm not sure what's going on with McNutt here, but he's fun. I like drawing this guy. I like drawing animals a lot. So the more I get to draw animals, the better. In the very beginning, I used a few too many animals in the books because I just think animals are great. So every time I wanted to have a cow jump over a fence as part of the Rube Goldberg machine, it got a little bit too silly. So I had to kind of reel that in. But now I've gotten better at incorporating animals and things that I like to draw into this world. That's an answer to a question nobody asked.
Ed, is there anything that inspires you to draw?
I like to draw. I'm sure everybody watching this likes to draw. I just never got out of it. I've been drawing professionally for close to 30 years, but I was drawing long before that, which makes me in my mid-20s. And what inspires me to draw? Well, everything inspires me to draw. When I watch TV or I watch movies, I oftentimes wish I had a sketchbook with me so I could draw that actor or her or him or whatever. I'll get inspiration wherever. I also have a drawing space that sparks creativity. I have paints right there. I have books over here that you can't see that are full of drawings that if I wake up on the wrong side of the bed and I don't feel like working, which it is work, but it's work that I love. Some days you just don't, I just don't have it in me today. It's my job to go figure out how to make it work, how to go do it. And I can find inspiration wherever, even looking out the window. If I see someone walking past my window who has a funny walk, that might be enough. Sometimes I'll go through old sketchbooks. I have a lot of sketchbooks. I probably have 50 sketchbooks in my studio here. And sometimes I'll just open one up and I'll flip through it and it'll be something from 1998. And I'll look at it and go, oh, I remember what I was thinking.
Wow.
So things like that. You can find inspiration anywhere.
Can you draw Professor Butts or maybe even show an image from the chapter book series?
I sure can. Although I haven't drawn him
in his building environment.
I haven't drawn him in a while, so let's see what we can do. I'm going to make these smaller. Professor Butts is a guy that you're going to meet in the next book. He has a cameo in the book that Jennifer just read from. I think he has 2 cameos, but he's going to show up more. And it's been a while since I've drawn him, so I have to think. See, that's the thing. If I want to draw a character, I have to remember what they look like because they're designed. But now I have to go, So usually if I'm really in the thick of a book or starting a drawing that I know has various characters in it, I usually have a reference right next to me just so I can go, oh yeah. And so I'm just going to kind of wing it here. And I'm not even going to sketch this one. I'm just going to draw. I should probably zoom in so you can see it better, right? There we go.
So while
Yes.
you're drawing, we just got a question. I met you at the Intrepid, Jennifer, and I built a machine with you. And when
Oh.
I came home, I built a machine out of Legos. After pandemic, will you, Jennifer, have more in-person workshops? You know, we would love to. It really is just a question of when we're invited. And we're lucky enough that the Intrepid always invites us to participate in Kids Week. So hopefully this time next year, we will be doing a build. But I will say, if you like building Rube Goldberg machines, you can get involved in our competitions. All you have to do is go to rubegoldberg.com and you'll see there are ways to build machines in the real world. The competition task for this year, meaning every machine at every age level, has to shake and pour a box of nerds in their machine, and you'll get all the rules there. But if you decide you want to build digitally and based on your name, on your email, we have a partnership this year with Minecraft, and you can participate in our first ever Rube Goldberg machine contest in the world of Minecraft. And the task for that is shake sprinkles on a cake, I think. But it's through an organization called NASEF. And all the information is on our website as well. So you can go in and click through. You will need a parent to register for you. But everything's free, and they're great prizes, and we'd love to see what you come up with.
That sounds like fun. Actually, Jennifer, wasn't a few of those machines in the video were from the competitions?
Oh yeah, a couple of them.
Yeah.
And a couple of them were machine announcements.
Yeah, I've been to those. Those are amazing. If anyone wants to do the competition, it's a lot of fun.
It really
It's also it's a reminder that everyone is better at building Rube Goldberg machines than me.
Not me.
Oh, okay, except for you, Jennifer.
Ed, how old were you when you started drawing?
I was about this tall. That would make me one. How old are you when you're that big? Maybe that big. I was about.
You're actually in your mommy's tummy when you're that.
Yeah. Yeah. I was born with crayons sticking out of my ears. I was drawing forever. I was always the kid who drew. So I was really small. But the thing about that is I wasn't always good. People think, oh, I'm not very good at drawing. That I hear that a lot. I like to draw, but I'm not very good at it. I wasn't very good at drawing when I was, 5, 6, or 7, but I kept doing it. And everyone listening, I know they know the answer to this. How do you get better at something, Jennifer?
Practice, practice, practice.
That's exactly right. So even what I'm doing right now, this is practicing. Every drawing I do,
Professor Butts looks.
Every drawing I do is practice. So there's never a point when you stop learning. There's never a point when you stop growing. And I think that's true for people who do anything. It's true for writers. It's true for scientists. It's true for teachers. It's true for everything. The more you do it, the better you get at it. And yeah, I've just been doing this for forever. I was never smart enough to go get a real job.
Well, say that if you've done something for 10,000 hours, you're well versed in your subject.
Yeah, I guess so.
And yeah. I think I put in my 10,000 hours with my grandpa. So as have you.
I think I did 10,000 hours last week just drawing Rube Goldberg things. I wish I could see everybody watching, because I want to, I'm ready for quarantine to end, but I can't wait to do the Intrepid again. I hope we do that next year, because that was fun. If anybody was there last year, oh no, I think I was there the year before.
Look at the question we just got. Jennifer, do you think your grandfather would like this book?
Probably not.
I think he would.
Well,
No.
They're in
If my
they're in
grandfather
color.
were around, he would have written it and illustrated it. So
Yeah, I wouldn't have
the
gotten.
book wouldn't exist.
I wouldn't have gotten the gig.
Me neither. That's a good question.
That is a great question. That's a question I don't want to think about.
Me neither. Me neither. So
I think he had a good sense of humor, and he would have loved seeing what people do with the ideas that he basically started.
Yeah.
So here's a Professor Butts. Actually, I'm going to make him a little bit more funny by erasing some of this. And watch what I do now, boys and girls. This is Photoshop, if anybody is curious. I'm just going to move his head down a little bit so he's a little bit more exasperated. So there we go. That's more Professor Butts-ish. Right, Jennifer?
Yeah, and if you think about it, his name is Professor
Butts.
But what's his middle name?
Lucifer.
And what else?
I'm drawing a blank. Get it?
Lucifer Gorgonzola Butts.
Gorgonzola. He likes cheese too. You know what? I'm going to grab this cheese that Bertha's thinking about, and I'm going to move it over to Professor Butts. He's wondering why he's not thinking about Gorgonzola, why he's thinking about a block of Wisconsin cheddar.
So we have
if
one
anybody's
last
asking,
question, and then I think we have to wind up.
No, fully.
So the last question is, do you think these machines would work in real life? And have you ever seen one built in real life?
Jennifer, this one's all
in our
yours.
book. We have seen those machines built in real life, actually, because there is a touring museum show called Rube Goldberg, The World of Hilarious Invention. And they have taken one of Ed's inventions, how to make modern art, and they actually created a working invention out of it based on Ed's sketch. So
And it was cool.
It's really cool. And the show, unfortunately, it came off the road when COVID started, but it will be back up and running again. I think they've already started posting the next stops on the exhibit. So you can find that also at rubegoldberg.com.
So maybe I could do a little spoiler for the next book. I'm just going to show one drawing of the next book before we wrap it up. No one's ever seen this. So this is a room full of machines that's going to be in the next book, which comes out this fall. And it is,
wow.
There's a machine there. There's parts to machines over here.
That's kind of the workshop, Professor Butts's workshop.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So he grabs from everywhere.
Yep. And you should see his yard. Oh, man. His yard is messy.
Perfect.
Okay. Well, this was a lot of fun.
You guys are so much fun. I can watch you draw all day long. I like to do it.
I have to.
Yeah, I just love doing it. I like doing little cartoons and things. And boy, oh boy, I need more practice.
Me too.
Ed, you
Very
need
much.
to rock him.
Yeah. Well, we're definitely having you guys back at Intrepid when this pandemic's over. That is for sure. We have
Thank you, Eric.
next year. Okay, Jennifer George and Ed Steckley, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Our pleasure. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Hey, did you know that the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum is offering free virtual STEM programs for students? Generously funded by Con Edison, students in grades 6 through 8 can explore themes in engineering, aviation, and space sciences. Request a program for your class today. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register. Up next at 3 o'clock in about 15 minutes, we have an awesome program from our Intrepid educators. They will present Intrepid Adventures, Journey to Space. You'll get the tour of the Space Shuttle Pavilion, which is home of our Space Shuttle Enterprise. Right after the 3 o'clock program, though, right at the end of it, we're going to tune right into NASA's feed for the NASA Mars Perseverance rover landing. So, it just happens there's a landing on Mars today. live. Of course, with the time delay, it's like 11 minutes for a signal to get from Mars to Earth. You're not going to see it live, but we're definitely going to, NASA will have the cameras in the mission control area. They'll probably do a simulation or something. And then, the best part of it is when the mission control people just, yay. I just love that. I get goosebumps knowing that they've worked for years and years. And the thing has been traveling for like 7 months. So that's 7 minutes of terror. The Mars landing is coming up, and that's going to be great. Right at the end of the program, that's coming up at 3 o'clock. So we're going to have the team coming on at 3. I want you to watch, though, at the end, because during the lander, as the rover plunges through the thin Martian atmosphere, slowing down from 12,000 miles an hour to 2 miles an hour, it's going to be lowered with that sky crane maneuver. So that's just a fascinating thing to me. Before we go on hold here and waiting for the 3 o'clock, we're going to show you another video. On October 26, 1977, the Space Shuttle Enterprise concluded its final approach and landing test. It's called the ALT test. It actually took the shuttle up on the back of a 747, and it had to prove that it could land before they could actually fly it in space. These tests were used to verify the orbiter aerodynamics and handling while preparing for flights with the Space Shuttle Columbia, which was the second shuttle built. So here, check out this video.
Hi, I'm Dina Ingersoll, Aircraft Restoration Enterprise Specialist, and this is an Intrepid Minute. While the Space Shuttle Enterprise never made it to orbit, its mission was indispensable for the future Space Shuttle program. The centerpiece of this mission were the approach and landing tests in 1977. This program was designed to test the functions and flight characteristics of the Space Shuttle as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, glides back home, and lands on a runway. There were 16 tests in all. The first series tested the abilities of the Shuttle Carrier Aircraft, or SCA. The SCA was a Boeing 747 modified to carry the Space Shuttle on its back. The SCA would be needed to move the Space Shuttle back to Kennedy Space Center in Florida from one of several landing sites spread across the United States. The tail cone fitted to Enterprise here reduced drag on the Space Shuttle while it was attached to the SCA and makes flying with the shuttle attached safer and more efficient. The final 5 approach and landing tests evaluated Enterprise's ability to glide on its own, navigate to the landing area, and land. During the first 4 free flight tests, Enterprise flew in the safest conditions possible, with the tail cone attached and landing in a dry lake bed to give it lots of extra room to land. During the final test, ALT-16, Enterprise detached from the SCA without its tail cone installed, glided to Edwards Air Force Base, and successfully landed on a runway. Enterprise completed a safe landing while simulating all the conditions the rest of the Space Shuttle fleet would encounter while returning from space. Stay tuned for another Intrepid Minute.
All right. Boy, how fascinating was that? Okay, so we're going to I'm going to sign off here for just a moment, and we're going to be back in about 12 minutes for the Intrepid Adventures Journey to Space. But hang in there, have some perseverance, because at the end of the program, very close, live, is going to be the Perseverance landing attempt. So let's all hope it goes well. All right, I'll see you in a few. Hey, you guys are still here. Happy to see you. And let's welcome our educator, Franz. He's going to talk about our Space Shuttle Enterprise. You there, Franz? Come on.
Yep, there he is.
There he is. Hey, man, I'll see you on the other side. And everybody remember, the Mars lander Perseverance is, within, like in 55 minutes, it's going to land on the surface of Mars, and we're going to feed into NASA. So hang in there. Have some perseverance. See you on the other side, Franz.
See you later. Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you guys to our program, our afternoon programming, our educational programming from the Intrepid. My name is Franz. I'm a museum educator at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. I want to thank you all so much for sticking with us for Kids Week as we begin our Journey to Space program. We're going to be talking about the mission to get all the way to the moon and the steps that we took to get to the moon, and even beyond the moon. All right. So in order to do this, I'm just gonna show you all this video of the Intrepid. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you can let us know if you've ever visited the Intrepid via virtually or in person in the comments. We'd love to know if you guys visited the Intrepid, if you've ever been there and you've seen things physically in person there. Also, if you have any questions throughout the entire program, feel free to put them in the comment section. Okay. So when you come to the Intrepid, this is probably one of the first things that you would see if you were there, right? And this is the Lego model of the Intrepid, right? Now, I like as a fun game, you guys can write in the comments how many Legos you think actually make up this large, gigantic model of the Intrepid. It's about 23 feet long. It weighs about 500 pounds. It's huge. But I want to also bring your attention to that picture that's on that window back there. That is the Intrepid, right? That is the actual ship. That is the museum that we're kind of walking through right now, right? And that museum was made, or that ship was made back in 1943. It served during World War II, Vietnam, and the Cold War, and was retired in 1974 and became the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum in 1982, right? So I like to start off here just to talk a little bit about the immense size of the ship. And also, it's interesting, a lot of people who see these virtual programs, they don't realize that we're actually in a ship in this video. So the museum is not in a building, it's actually on a large ship, right? And so I see some guesses, 2 million, 1,000, 2 million, again, 9,765, extremely specific there. But the answer is 250,000 Lego pieces. See the answer in the comments are it's kind of close to it. 250,000 Lego pieces. So many Lego pieces it took an entire year to make, which is a lot of Legos, right? Now, when we think about the Intrepid's name of the museum, right, we think of Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, right? And as we walk through our collection, as we walk through the ship, you'll see through our collection different things that tell you why we are each one of those things, right? So, for instance, why we're a sea museum has all to do with this thing, right? This is one of 4 propellers that the Intrepid used to have on the ship. It used to turn and push it through the water, right? So this proves that this used to be a seafaring vessel, would have been in the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean during those wars, right? Also in this large area, we actually have airplanes like our Avenger airplane, the oldest airplane in our collection. And this plane here proves that this should be an air museum, right? The Intrepid is what was called an aircraft carrier, right? It carried aircraft like the Avenger, and it also had the ability to launch and land those aircraft like an airport that's in the water, right? So we have planes like the Avenger here that we talk about more in our aviation programs. Same with the Fury, which is a jet-powered plane used during the Cold War. And then we even had helicopters. The Intrepid even had helicopters, like you see right here, the Retriever here, had helicopters taking off and landing from that airport in the water, right? And what's really cool about a museum like ours is because all these aircraft are pretty close to the ground, you can actually get pretty close to some of them without touching. And you can see the insides of the controls. You can see the cockpit, which is really cool, right? But the space part is the part that doesn't really make any sense, right? Like, you guys can let me know in the comments if you actually think the Intrepid went to outer space, right? It's a big ship that belongs in the water, so maybe not, right? But we have a special connection to outer space. And here at the Intrepid, we like to play a little game to figure it out. And so you guys can play along with me at home. And I want you all to try your best with this game, all right? So we call this game the space race game, right? And so the space race was a race between two countries, between the United States, and it was also between the Soviet Union. There's the Soviet Union's flag. Soviet Union is what we call now today Russia, right? And so there was a race to see which country could do things in space first, and then eventually get all the way up to the moon the fastest, right? So what we're going to do is actually talk a little bit about some of the first milestones. And what I want you all to do is in the chat, if you think that the United States did it first, what the milestone that we're going to talk about, I want you to just write the letter A. If you think that the Soviet Union did it first, I want you to put the letter B in the chat, right? So we'll start off with this one. Which country was the first to put a satellite in space? Which country was the first to put a satellite in space? Write letter A for America and write letter B for the Soviet Union. All right. And we'll see what folks say. Now, satellite is anything that orbits a planet. So I'm talking about specifically as an artificial satellite. And so I'm looking into the comments and I'm seeing some A's, a lot more A's than B's for this one. So let's figure this out. So these were the two that are going back and forth, right? On the left, we have Explorer 1 sent up by the United States. And on the right here, we have Sputnik, which looks like a basketball with like some antenna going off of it. And the answer to this first question is Sputnik. Sputnik was set up by the Soviet Union first, right? Question 2. Which country put the first animal in outer space? The first animal in outer space. All right. We can put A for the United States or B for the Soviet Union. All right. Now, we no longer send animals into outer space, but a long time ago they did, just to see what would happen to those animals when they were in outer space as compared to our bodies, right? We have similar biology to other animals, so they tested some animals. So I see some A's and B's. This one looks a little bit more split down the middle. So let's see. And the answer to this is, well, let's first talk about who went up, right? So on the left, we have Ham, the chimpanzee. And on the right, we have Laika, the dog. So Ham was sent up by the United States. Laika was sent up by the Soviet Union. And the answer to this, ladies and gentlemen, was Laika, the dog. So Laika was sent up first, giving the Soviet Union 2 points in this race, right? Question 3. Which country put the first man into outer space? The first man into outer space. Once again, put the letter A for the United States, put the letter B for the Soviet Union, all right? Which one passed this tremendous milestone first? All right. So I see some A's. I see more A's than B's on this one. All right. So let's see what the answer is for this one. So the two men that we're talking about here, on the left, we have Alan Shepard sent up by the United States. And on the right, we have Yuri Gagarin sent up by the Soviet Union. And the answer to this, ladies and gentlemen, is the Soviet Union. This part of the race between the two countries, a couple of days separated these two astronauts. Gave the Soviet Union 3 points. Question 4. Which country put the first woman in outer space? The first woman, which is another tremendous milestone. The first woman to leave the confines of Earth, the atmosphere of Earth, go up into space. Was it A or was it B? Was it the United States or the Soviet Union? And once again, split. See lots of splits. And let's see. So these were the women that went up. First 2 women from each country. The woman on the left is Sally Ride from the United States. The woman on the right, that's Valentina Tereshkova. And the answer to this, by the way, these 2 women were separated by over 20 years. All right, 20 years. So here we go. And the answer is the Soviet Union. Valentina Tereshkova was the first woman to go into outer space. So we can see who's winning this race, right? The Soviet Union. But we all know the purpose of a race is not necessarily to be in the front the whole time. You just got to pass that finish line first, right? So this next question, let's see what you all think. Here we go. Which country put the first man on the moon? You guys can write it in the chat. Was it A or was it B? Was it A or was it B? The first country to put an astronaut on the moon, right? To walk on the moon. Yeah, I see lots of A's for this one. And ladies and gentlemen, that would be correct. It was the United States. The United States sent up a 3-man capsule group. These 3 men went to the moon. Gentleman on the left, Neil Armstrong. Gentleman in the middle, Michael Collins, and Mr. Buzz Aldrin on the right, right? They made the historic moon landing back in 1969. Now, before they went all the way to the moon, right, they had to take different steps. That's what we're talking about, right? And this, right next to the helicopter we just saw, is something that they would have taken one of those steps in. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what we're looking at here is a replica, but it is a full-scale replica of the Mercury Aurora 7 capsule, right? And because of its shape, because of its size, this capsule only fit 1 astronaut inside of it. His name was Scott Carpenter. There he is there. Scott Carpenter would have went up into space. He would have did 3 orbits around the Earth. Mr. Carpenter had some trouble coming home, though. He fired his thrusters 2 seconds too late and ended up a little bit more than off course. He ended up landing over 200 miles away from where he was supposed to land. And if that wasn't bad enough, he got out of his capsule and was waiting to be picked up and left his radio inside. But where did he land? Well, after he was in his capsule during that mission, or on top of an Atlas rocket, he splashed down in the Atlantic Ocean. So there you can see there the capsule in the water. Right here at the top, you can see these parachutes. The parachutes come out to slow them down, right? So that's how it's going to land in the water. And if something is so big and is going to land in the water, NASA's going to use something big to go pick it up. And so that's what they did. They used a helicopter. And the helicopter picked up Mr. Carpenter. There he is down there at the bottom being hoisted up by the helicopter with his capsule waiting in the water. Eventually, he got found by a helicopter. And the helicopter, when it picked him up, you guys can write in the chat where you think it would land. Where that helicopter landed. If it's in the middle of the ocean, and Mr. Carpenter was in the middle of the ocean as well, and the helicopter picked him up, and the helicopter needed to land somewhere in the middle of the ocean, it's going to land on an airport in the middle of the ocean. It's going to land on an aircraft carrier. And ladies and gentlemen, that's our connection to outer space. The Intrepid picked up capsules and astronauts after they returned from outer space, right? Now, the Mercury capsule was very, very interesting. The Mercury missions were the first set of missions to go up into outer space, right? The first manned capsule program was the Mercury program, right? And the Mercury program, we like to think of it as the infancy stage, right? We like to think of it as the baby stage. Why is it the baby stage? Well, they're going to be doing things in very, very short periods of time, right? Because we don't know how long we can be up in outer space. So we're going to go up in outer space for a couple of hours at first and then come back. Actually, at first, we're going to go up for a couple of minutes and then come back. Also, we're going to be eating nasty food in plastic pouches, kind of like babies eat parade food. We're going to eat that nasty, gross, crumbly, gross food, right? We're also not going to be spending the night, but we're going to build up time to spending the night in outer space. Eventually, astronauts spent several nights in outer space on the Mercury capsule, right? So the Mercury capsule, we're learning about different things. As a matter of fact, Scott Carpenter tested his blood pressure up there just to see what it was like up in outer space, right? Now, there's a funny story attached to a capsule that looked like this one, but it wasn't this one. It held the very first American to travel into outer space. We talked about him a little bit before. Mr. Alan Shepard, right? And Mr. Alan Shepard's mission was to go up into space and come right back down. That trip takes you 15 and a half minutes. And he had to use the bathroom. Now, before he went up into outer space, he did something he wasn't supposed to do. NASA always told the astronauts to eat a low residue diet, don't drink too many liquids or eat too many things that make you go to the bathroom before your mission, right? For obvious reasons. Well, it was thought that Mr. Alan Shepard might have drank a little bit too much for breakfast, maybe had a little too much orange juice. He went up into space. Oh, well, before he went up into space, he realized he had to go to the bathroom. But there were hour-long delays on the launch pad, and that left him locked inside of his capsule. And he really, really, really had to go. So after begging and pleading with NASA, they finally gave him the thumbs up to use the bathroom inside of his spacesuit. I mean, I don't think that's why he's standing like that on his capsule with his feet pointed that way, but I like to think that that's what he's doing. He had to use the bathroom, right? Now, everything was fine. He was fine. But NASA didn't want this to ever happen again. So after that mission, NASA decided to make astronauts wear these when they went up into outer space, as you're going to see here. Wear these. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do not call these diapers. These are maximum absorbency garments. They have a fancy name, although they're pretty much astronaut diapers, right? So astronauts wear diapers just in case when they're in outer space, right? Now, Mr. Alan Shepard, although he had that accident on the launch pad, he was perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, he eventually walked on the moon with Apollo 14, right? So that was just a little bit about the Mercury capsule. Now, before we continue, I want to open the floor to see if there's any questions about any of the stuff that we talked about with the Mercury capsule and try picking up those capsules. So are there any questions at all? Let's see. Why was it called Project Mercury? That's a great question. So Mercury is obviously the first planet in our solar system, right? It was called Project Mercury specifically because Mercury goes around the sun the fastest, right? Whereas a year for us is about 365 days here on the planet Earth. On Mercury, a year is about 88 days. It goes around the sun about 88 days, right? And so because it's the fastest planet, it was named, they named the capsule program Mercury because they wanted to do everything faster than the Soviets did during the Cold War. So that's why it's called Project Mercury. Did Scott Carpenter leave the capsule when he was in space? Great question. No, Scott Carpenter and Alan Shepard stayed inside of the capsule. They did not exit the capsule. They just did some tests and experiments while they were orbiting inside. As I said before, the Mercury capsule, they were just taking baby steps. They didn't even know we can spend extended period of time in outer space. So these astronauts are going to stay inside of the protection of the capsule. All right. And so now let's move on actually and go check out the second capsule that we picked up. Now, this whole area here is known as the hangar level where we're walking. This is where you're going to store airplanes when the ship was in service, but it also acts as the main part of our museum. You can see a lot of things about the hardware of the ship in terms of planes and also about the people who would have served aboard the Intrepid. Now, right over here, we have another replica of the Gemini capsule, right? And this is the Gemini 3, right? You can see inside how cramped it is. This one is called the Gemini 3 specifically because it fit 2 astronauts inside of it, Mr. John Young and Mr. Gus Grissom, right? Now, Gemini is the constellation of the twins. That's why they call this program Gemini, because this program was going to have 2 astronauts each time. They were going to have human astronauts go up into outer space, right? So we have Mr. John Young on the far left and Mr. Gus Grissom inside of their capsule doing tests here. Their mission was very similar to Mr. Scott Carpenter's. They were going to go up into space. They were going to do 3 orbits around the Earth, and then they splashed down in the Atlantic Ocean, where they were picked up by the ship, the Intrepid, right? Now, you can see them there with divers, just helping them get out. This is another Gemini mission, Gemini 8. The gentleman that's over here on the left here is a little bit, we might know him. We might have seen him earlier. This is Mr. Neil Armstrong. He went up with the Gemini 8 mission. Now, when these capsules wait in the water, you can see what they look like. That green dye that's kind of by the top part of the capsule here, that green dye is just to help it make it more noticeable as the helicopter is looking for the capsule. It's not anything toxic. It's just a dye to help them be able to be spotted easier, right? Now, they did a lot of different tests during the Gemini 3 mission, right? As I said before, the Intrepid picked them up. But before the Intrepid picked them up, they were in outer space for a couple of hours. Their mission was to practice different maneuvers in outer space because the Gemini program was going to be the toddler version of the capsule program, right? And what happens as a toddler, right? As a toddler, now you're going to be meeting with more other toddlers, right? Having play dates with other toddlers, right? This is the first time where they did in-space rendezvous docking, right? And this is important because this was needed in order for the capsule to dock with the lunar module, which was needed to land on the moon. So this is in preparation and learning how to do this in outer space. So they were doing tests with that, lots of other different tests. As a toddler, you're going to eat more solid food, right? Yeah, probably going to eat more solid food. Well, actually, you're also going to be spending a little bit more time away. You might have sleepovers, right? Now people are sleeping in space for a longer period of time. The longest space mission was 2 weeks in the Gemini capsule, just because they thought that would be the longest time it would take you to get to Apollo. For the Apollo mission to get to the moon. Excuse me. But testing food, they were still eating nasty food during this space mission. Right? This is some of the food that they would have eaten, would have looked like. This right here is dehydrated beef pot roast. This is orange juice, which doesn't look too bad, but it's in a plastic pouch. And these are dehydrated bacon and egg bites. You guys can let me know in the comments if you find this food to look absolutely delicious. I don't. And neither did the astronauts who went to space on this mission. So much so that John Young did the unthinkable. He snuck a corned beef sandwich on rye bread in his spacesuit during this mission. This is not the actual sandwich, but this is the type of sandwich. It was made at the same restaurant, Wolfie's Restaurant at Cocoa Beach. So John got the sandwich and then snuck it into outer space, took it out and started to eat it. But then he noticed something. Him and Gus noticed something that made them quickly put the sandwich away. Now, although it was kind of funny for them to sneak a sandwich into outer space, once they took that sandwich out and started to eat it, they started noticing crumbs started forming. Crumbs were floating around, and those crumbs could have gotten stuck in their eyes or their throat or even their ventilation system, which could have kept them from coming back home safely, right? Now, luckily, nothing bad happened to these astronauts, right? The crumbs, they did get stuck inside of some of the panels, but not the important ones. But when they got home, they got into a lot of trouble by Congress. Congress started yelling at them. They had to do different talk shows where they had to say that they'd never do that again. But they actually kept their jobs and everything was fine. As a matter of fact, John Young eventually walked on the moon. And John Young was also the very first commander of the very first space shuttle mission. And as a joke, for his first lunch in space, they actually gave him a corned beef sandwich on rye bread. But this time it was properly treated and irradiated so it wouldn't break up as much as the bread that they brought up did. Now you can eat more solid food in outer space. And if you want to enjoy a sandwich in outer space, all you got to do is bring up tortilla, because tortilla doesn't break up as much as bread does, right? Now, if you're wondering what it looks like to take a capsule out of the water, it looks a little something like this. You can see there's a crane there. The crane is attached to 2 wires, which is attached to the capsule and is pulling the capsule up out of the water, right? That yellow thing that's around it is a flotation collar, and that's used to help it float while it's waiting to be picked up in the water, right? You can see right over here, this is a picture of the actual Gemini 3 capsule being pulled out of the water and put on Intrepid's flight deck, right? It's also a really nice view of the city and also a view that shows you that we're literally in the Hudson River, right? Now, the next missions were the Apollo missions, as I said, and the Apollo missions took American astronauts all the way to the moon. And if it weren't for these first 2 missions, we wouldn't have gotten the information that we needed in order to get all the way to the moon, right? So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, are there any questions about the Gemini capsule and picking up the Gemini capsule? It did look bad. I think that was about the food. I saw that pop up when we were talking about the food. The food looked horrible. What was the longest time an astronaut spent in space? I believe the longest time was a little over 1 full year on the ISS. I want to say it was close to 400 days. But I'm not sure of the actual days, but it was definitely over a year. Let me see if there's a there we go, 437 days aboard the International Space Station. So that's how many days, 437 days, so a little over a year. Do they eat better food in space now? Apparently they do. As I said before, they can properly treat food now, and it doesn't necessarily have to be dehydrated. I know they can eat candy like M&Ms in space. That stuff that you see at astronaut ice cream, they don't actually really eat that. They can eat real ice cream in space. And I've seen astronauts eat like peanut butter and honey sandwiches in space, which actually sounds pretty good. It makes me want to go to space. All right. Now, let's talk about something fun. Now, when we go into space, right, space is a lot different than Earth. Look at this. This is the International Space Station. You can see individuals floating upside down, right? They are in microgravity, just floating around inside of the International Space Station, right? And even on the moon, right, we have to wear special suits, right? So astronauts need to bring up like their atmosphere inside of an International Space Station, like a thing like the International Space Station or a capsule, or they can wear a spacesuit that has like a pressure inside, has pressurization inside like the planet Earth. So you can wear both of those, or you can bring both of those up. But my question to you is, what would happen if we didn't have any of that, right? Now, NASA actually knows what would happen, right? They did so many different tests. And so what we're going to do is our own test here, right? We're going to use this fancy equipment, and we're going to look at it just to try to make sure what would happen to this stuff wouldn't happen to us, right? We're going to test 3 different things inside of this jar. And this jar is known as, this jar is known as a bell jar. And this bell jar, we're going to be taking out air from this bell jar using a pump, right? And the pump is right next to it. We're going to create what we call a vacuum. Now, vacuum is the thing that cleans our floors, right? But it's also any space that has nothing in it. And that's what space is, right? We're going to create a vacuum. And we're also going to test 3 things. The first thing we're going to do is test water. Most of our body is made up of water, so it's something that we should probably test, right? So right now, I'm turning on the pump, and I've taken air out of the jar. You guys can write in your comments what you think might happen to the water once we take it out of Earth's atmosphere, once we put it in outer space, all right? So I want you all to pay close attention. You can also write your hypothesis in the comments there. But we're watching, we're waiting, we're looking. Actually, I'll do this so we can see it a little bit better. Remember, all we're doing is taking the air out of the jar. And now I'm starting to see something on my screen. You all might not be able to see it, so I'll move the camera just a bit. And we'll look there, and we see something interesting happening, right? We can see bubbles, right? We see bubbling water. Now at home, you all can say it out loud. What we call this, don't say soda, don't say sparkling water, don't say carbonated water, right? This stuff looks like the water on the stove, right? This is actually boiling, right? This is boiling water. And it's really interesting that the water is boiling because all we're doing is taking the air out of the jar. So how is this happening, right? Why is the water boiling? Well, the reason why is because when we take away the atmosphere, we're taking away pressure, right? And here on our planet, we can make water boil in 2 different ways. We can add heat to the water to get the molecules to get so excited that they separate, or we can remove pressure. Pressure pushes down on the water and it keeps the water liquid, right? If we take it to outer space, there's no pressure pushing down on the liquid, so the liquid wants to immediately turn into a gas. It's like this. You all can try this at home. Take your fist and put it like this. Take your hand, put it flat on top of your fist. Now try your hardest to put your fist up through your hand. It doesn't work, right? You can't do it. But if you move your hand from the top of your fist and then lift up, it's easy because there's nothing holding it back, right? Now, there once was an astronaut who was inside of a large vacuum chamber, He passed out due to lack of oxygen because he had a malfunction in his spacesuit, but he's perfectly fine. Once he got air back in his lungs, he woke up and told everyone that the last thing he remembered was the saliva or the spit on his tongue starting to bubble. So the water inside of your body would slowly start to evaporate. Next, since we talked about lungs just now, the next thing we're going to do is test things that represent our lungs. Things that represent our lungs that are a little bit more fun. We're going to use 2 balloons, all right? We're going to use this red balloon, and we're also going to use a blue balloon. The red balloon is going to represent you breathing in. And the blue balloon is going to represent you pushing all of the air out. I want you all to imagine that you're on a spaceship and imagine that you're about to be sucked out into space, right? If you think it's a good idea for you to take a deep breath in to fill your lungs with as much air as you possibly can, I want you to write the number 1 in the comments. If you think you should breathe out, you should push out all of the air from your lungs, I want you to write the number 2 in the comments. And if you don't know the answer, if you don't know if you should breathe in or out, I want you to write number 3 in the comments. And that's a good answer too. That's an okay answer too. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to take your best guess. Write number 1 if you think you should breathe in, number 2 if you think you should breathe out, and number 3 if you don't know and you just want to see what happens to these balloons. So I see lots of 2s. Lots of 2s. I see some 3s. That's okay. All right. So let's see what ends up happening to these balloons. Let's see. So once we attach this hose, we're going to be taking the air out. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, that's all we're doing. And once we take the air out, we can see the red balloon is starting to inflate, starting to get bigger, right? The blue balloon is even getting bigger, but not as big as the red balloon, right? Now, why is this happening? Well, all we're doing is taking the air out of the container. And when we take the air out of the container, we're actually removing the pressure. So the air inside of the balloon wants to spread out, right? It's like if you shared a room with your brother or your sister at home and they took up a lot of space and they moved out. What would you do with all your stuff in the room when they moved out? You spread it out around among the room, right? Around the room, right? That's exactly what the air inside of the balloon wants to do now. It wants to spread out since there's no pressure pushing down on it, right? Now, these balloons aren't going to pop because this isn't big enough to allow it to pop. But even if it were, you all wouldn't be able to hear it because in space, no one can hear you scream, right? There's no sound in outer space because there's no air molecules to move your sound waves. So the next time you guys watch Star Wars or Star Trek or any of those space movies and you hear pew, pew, you actually would never hear that in outer space. Now, these balloons go back to their normal size once we bring them back to the pressure of our planet, right? So we tested water, we've tested balloons. Now it's time to test something that's going to represent our flesh, our tissue, our muscles. And because we're squishy, we'll test this. This is a marshmallow, ladies and gentlemen. So in the comments, you can let me know if you think, 1, the marshmallow will get bigger. 2, the marshmallow will get smaller. 3, the marshmallow is going to explode. Or 4, you want to eat the marshmallow. So let me go through those again. 1, marshmallow gets bigger. 2, marshmallow gets smaller. 3, marshmallow explodes. 4, you want to eat the marshmallow. All right, let's see. Got some 2s for the marshmallow getting smaller. 1 for the marshmallow getting bigger. 3 for the marshmallow exploding. All right, so let's see, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I agree with the folks who put 4. I want to eat it too. But once we put this marshmallow inside of this, we can see it's alive, right? It's starting to get bigger, right? The marshmallow is getting bigger and bigger and bigger until it gets to this point. And then the marshmallow starts to shrink back down. What happened? Well, inside of the marshmallow, there are air pockets, and these air pockets are a lot like balloons, right? They get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they cause the marshmallow to expand. But eventually they pop. And just like our bodies, the marshmallow isn't completely closed off. So that air leaves the marshmallow. And so the marshmallow slightly loses its shape. But that air also once gave the marshmallow its full shape. And now those air pockets are gone. So when we bring this back to the atmospheric pressure of our planet, that means that it should do something pretty interesting to this marshmallow. The atmosphere pushes down pushes down on everything underneath it. And that's for every square inch on our body, it pushes down 14.5 pounds of force. That's a lot of force. We're just used to it, right? So look what happens when we bring this marshmallow back. You all can let me know in the chat if you'd like to eat this marshmallow. Oh, man. Look at that. It's all wrinkly, kind of gross. Collapses on itself due to the pressure, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, by the way, it is completely edible. I normally eat the marshmallow. I just didn't eat it for this film, right? So, with parts of your body expanding, your lungs expanding, and your flesh expanding, you now see why astronauts wear spacesuits when they go into outer space. So, ladies and gentlemen, this entire demonstration is just to remind you all that the next time you guys go to space, make sure you wear your spacesuit, okay? Now, if you have any questions, feel free to type those questions about this experiment in the comments. For the sake of time, we're just going to move forward just a little bit, and we're going to go check out upstairs. And upstairs is one of the coolest things here at the museum, right? And that's the very first space shuttle ever built, the Enterprise, right? So this is the Enterprise. And right now, the Enterprise is on top of Intrepid's flight deck, and we put this structure around it. This is the very first space orbiter built, right? Built in the 1970s, right? Now, sometimes people have this reaction to this news. I'm going to tell you that's sad. Although, there's a reason why this space shuttle has an interesting history. Although it has space in its name, it never made it there. What you're looking at never went into space. But the reason why is for a very important reason. It wanted to test. It was a test to see if this bird had wings, if something so massive could glide through Earth's atmosphere and land on a runway just like an airplane. Because this thing was going to be reused, unlike those capsules we saw downstairs. Once they landed in the ocean, that was it. This thing was going to be reused over and over and over again. So NASA had to land it in a very safe way, like landing an airplane. All right. So space shuttles go up in a pretty interesting way. And so did this space shuttle. Now, normally space shuttles would go up a little something like this. So I'll show you guys kind of the components of a space shuttle here. Space shuttle, as we always usually see it, with the really cool plane thing attached to these other components. This is the entire space shuttle. It's comprised of 3 main parts, right? Although it's 4 parts, but it's 3 main parts. You have the solid rocket boosters on the side. Those are those white rockets on either side. You have the liquid fuel tank, which is the orange, really big tank. And then you also have the white plane looking thing. That's your orbiter, right? And all 3 of these are attached and they go up into the sky, right? The Enterprise didn't have that. The Enterprise did land, spoiler alert, it did land, right? And you can see it there, landing on a dry riverbed and just kind of coming in for that landing. But here is how it got up in the sky. You can see the Enterprise is on top of a 747 passenger plane. You guys are looking at the craziest form of a piggyback ride you'll ever see in your life. I think if I saw this, I'd be kind of confused at what I was looking at, right? Goes barreling down the runway with the space shuttle or the space orbiter on its back. And once it gets to the right height, about 26,000 feet, it separates. And then the Enterprise is effectively becoming a glider, right? It's gliding through the sky, not using any fuel, just basically using those wings to slow itself down to come in for a landing, right? So even though the Enterprise didn't go into space, its job was equally as important. Its job was to make sure that we could get the astronauts home safely, right? Now, even though the space orbiters are huge. They only fit about 8 astronauts, right? And the reason why is because from right where it says Enterprise all the way down to where it says NASA, that's the payload bay. That's like the trunk of a car. It looks a little something like this inside, right? A lot of empty space, but usually it's going to be bringing up really big, heavy things up into space, right? Now, after NASA completed the Enterprise and showed us that this is something that we can do, NASA decided to create 5 other orbiters named the Columbia, the Challenger, the Endeavour, the Discovery, and the Atlantis, right? And combine those 5 orbiters that you see along on the wall there, they did 135 space missions, right? So pretty successful, right? And they did amazing things. Like I said, put up telescopes and satellites, things that we still use to this day. Right now, in 2011, NASA retired the space shuttle program, so we no longer use space shuttles. We've gone back to using capsules. The capsule that actually happens to be right next to the Enterprise in this space, known as the Soyuz capsule, the only capsule in our collection, the only thing in our collection that has truly been in outer space. All right. You can see where it got charred, where it kind of lost a little bit of its parts there. And when you look inside, you can see it fits 3 people. Now, unlike the other capsules, this one lands directly on the ground, right? It's sent up by the Russian Space Agency, and it's going to land directly on the ground using a really big parachute to slow itself down and using explosives as it touches the ground to push itself back up, as you're going to see here. Now, those other astronauts that we talked about before, usually after their missions, you saw them in the water, kind of just chilling, relaxing on a raft with sunglasses on. Here, with these landing on the ground, you're going to see the astronauts kind of happy, but in stretchers because they need help as they just came down from a bumpy landing, right? Now, we were excited to get the Enterprise at the Intrepid. We got it back in 2012, and we had it do a victory lap around Manhattan when we got it because it ended the same way that it started, on the back of a 747 jet. There you can see it there, flying over Manhattan with Central Park in the background. But what's really cool about this image is as you go closer to it, you'll see that it's made entirely out of Legos. This image is 50,000 Lego pieces, and this is the real image. And you can see how it kind of resembles that real image here. 50,000 Lego pieces to depict something really awesome and beautiful, right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our journey into space. We saw that we started off just in 1-person capsules and 2 and 3, all the way going to space shuttles and going back to capsules. So we can see the transition of technology, for space technology, for vehicles, for things that astronauts even use when they're up into outer space. So I want to see if maybe there's 1 or 2 more questions that I can answer before we move on. Okay. Here's one. If there's no air in space, how do astronauts breathe in space? Astronauts have to bring up astronaut suits that have pressurized, has pressure in them, and also pumps oxygen in their helmets as well so that they can breathe. All right. And I think we will end there because we have a special treat for you all. Did you all know that the NASA Mars Perseverance, rover was landing today? And it's actually maybe happening right now. So we're going to get off of this real quick and switch it to the live stream of NASA, where we can watch as Perseverance makes that very, very treacherous descent into Mars's atmosphere to land on the ground. So we're literally witnessing history here. So ladies and gentlemen, just gander, just look at that. This is awesome, what we are about to witness. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you all another time. Bye, guys.
receive the signals from Perseverance. It should be in a few minutes here. We're just
Flight Local 1
from entry interface.
We don't need these 1 to 0s, as Swati said, but to land safely. But we really need it for our own health and well-being today, to keep our nerves under control. But
around this time, a second spacecraft, Maven, should begin picking up telemetry from Perseverance and will continue to record that telemetry until several minutes post-landing. We won't get that data for several hours after landing, as it's being recorded and then will be forwarded to Earth later. We are continuing to receive heartbeat tones, indicating that everything is nominal. We're currently at about 3 minutes until entry interface.
Okay. Very soon we'll be getting 1s and 0s, I hope, from our radio on the rover. The entry interface is nothing more than just an arbitrary place in the sky that we've defined to be above the atmosphere. But from that point on, there's definitely atmosphere, and above it there isn't.
We are 2 minutes from entry interface. Perseverance is to transmit heartbeat tones, indicating everything is nominal.
So the tones can tell us whether something is bad or not is happening. So far the heartbeat is doing well. So the vehicle thinks it's in good shape to land, which is a great sign.
We're just under 2 minutes from entry interface. As it gets closer to Mars, Perseverance is actually being pulled in by gravity and accelerating. By the time Perseverance reaches entry interface point, she should be going just under 5.4 kilometers per second. We're at about 90 seconds from entry interface and standing by for Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter to pick up the telemetry. We are 1 minute from entry interface.
MROs are in receive mode.
We have confirmation that the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is now relaying data from Perseverance. We're about 30 seconds from entry interface. Perseverance is going about 5.2 kilometers per second and is about 190 kilometers altitude above the surface of Mars.
Confirm your jet data flow.
About seconds from entry interface. 5.3 kilometers per second and an altitude of 150 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation of entry interface. Perseverance is currently going 5.3 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 120 kilometers from the surface of Mars. The spacecraft is now waiting until it begins feeling the atmosphere of Mars slow it down. Once there is enough atmosphere, it will start controlling its path to the landing target. Navigation is also confirming that we can see a little bit of that slowdown of the atmosphere on the Perseverance entry capsule. Our current velocity is about 5.36 kilometers per second and an altitude of about 67 kilometers from the surface.
We are probably seeing MRO plasma blackout at this point.
The vehicle should be doing its turns right now.
MRO has lost lock.
Perseverance. We have indications that Perseverance is now performing bank reversals in the atmosphere. These are the steps in order to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance has just passed through the point of maximum deceleration and has indicated that it felt approximately 10 Earth Gs of deceleration.
MRO has lock again.
Yes, 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 yes.
We saw a small outage of the UHF telemetry from Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter during that peak heating phase, likely caused by the plasma blackout. Perseverance is still continuing to perform bank reversals in the atmosphere to control its distance to the landing target. Perseverance is going about 1 kilometers per second at an altitude of about 16 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have entered heading alignment, which means Perseverance is no longer trying to control the distance to Mars, but to the target on Mars, but instead is flying straight to the target.
Parachute.
Our current velocity is about 550 meters per second at an altitude of about 15 kilometers from the surface.
MRO is reporting good telemetry lock.
We are coming upon the straighten up. We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
Yes, yes, yes.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Yes.
Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Yes, yes, yes.
Perseverance now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface of Mars. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers.
Almost there.
We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation. We have timing of the landing engines. Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about a kilometer off the surface of Mars.
TRN 50 Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver.
We've lost direct to Earth tones.
As expected. As expected.
Sky crane maneuver has started, about 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO.
UHF is good. Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the sands of past life. At this point, the descent stage has flown away to a safe distance. Perseverance is continuing to transmit direct through Mars Iconic Orbiter to Earth.
Oh my God. Oh. Oh.
MRO reports they're still getting telemetry from the lander.
All right, all stations.
We got it.
Touchdown confirmed. We're going to wait for the images.
Wow. This is so exciting. The team is beside themselves. It's so surreal. Stay tuned. We might get some pictures.
That'd be great.
So much has been riding on this.
Yeah, we just heard the news that Perseverance is alive on the surface of Mars.
It's not flight. We have seen the completion of EDL 3000. Copy activity. That is as expected.
MRO is still seeing a strong signal from the lander.
Wow. Hey, I'm glad everybody stayed on to watch this right here with your intrepid staff. Quite amazing to see all these people at JPL and NASA who probably spent half their lives in school in engineering and science programs in order to see the realization of putting another scientific vehicle on the surface of Mars. How wonderful is that? Hey, we're not done yet. Join the Intrepid Sea Air and Space Museum each week for those virtual Intrepid adventure programs, just like the one that Franz did before the Mars landing. History, science, ingenuity are explored in all programs. They are family friendly and they engage all ages. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register. And it's been a great day. It's been a great day. We have more, though. We have one more program for you today, starting at 5 p.m., our monthly virtual astronomy live series. Today's topic is preparing for launch, assembling the Artemis rocket. You'll hear from a NASA engineer as he talks about the Artemis rocket assembly and takes visitors on a virtual tour of how the rocket is being built. We hope you have enjoyed the day, and a big thank you to all the organizations who have participated today. Kids Week continues tomorrow, one more day, and it's going to be our last day. And make sure you come back for more fun and interactive programs. To see a full lineup of guests on tomorrow's programming, visit intrepidmuseum.org. Thanks for joining us. And again, 5 p.m., we have our virtual astronomy live. So come back in just a little bit to watch that awesome program. And remember to come visit us at the museum once we reopen in late March. Check our website for dates, and have a good night, everybody. See you later.